Energy Bill Lords second reading.
Thank you. I call Secretary of State Grant Shapps to move second reading.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the bill is now read a second time. For much of the past 50 years since the oil shock and energy crisis of the 1970s, Britain has enjoyed abundant and reliable electricity. Over these years, some may have traded in their teas maids for barista coffee machines, or swapped their electric fondue sets for air fryers, or replaced cassette players with Spotify. But energy has remained largely plentiful. I don't know why I'm looking at the member opposite. But energy has remained largely plentiful for the best part of half a century. Yet, in the past 15 months, that secure foundation has been fundamentally shaken with Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine and his subsequent attempts to weaponize energy, force up bills for millions of families. So this government has stepped in and paid half of the typical energy bill this winter. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, frankly, those really are just stopgap measures. In fact, Putin's war marks a very fundamental turning point for Britain and the world's energy security. After years of growing reliance on fossil fuel imports around the world, this is a moment where the globe has woken up and needs to apply changes to its energy security.
Will he allow me?
If my honourable friend will give me a moment, I'll make a little progress first. You can be sure he'll be coming in shortly. Energy supplies for the future. So we'll replace those oil and gas imports with homegrown renewables and critically nuclear power to deliver resilient and reliable energy, powering Britain from Britain. And we'll reduce wholesale electricity prices to amongst the cheapest in Europe by 2035, protecting the British consumer from volatile international energy markets. I will give way.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State. I agree with him that we need more energy independence and more domestic energy. So why does this measure include a proposal for a 140% increase in imported energy through interconnectors, which will make us more dependent and very vulnerable?
Well, my right honourable friend, as ever, makes an excellent comment on interconnectors, but what I would do is point out that of the growing number of interconnectors, particularly the electricity interconnectors, this last winter, for example, we've been able to export to France, providing us with income. For example, I think 10 terawatts in total was exported to France through interconnectors. So, of course, the answer is they work in both directions, and they provide the reliability in some cases of, for example, France's vast nuclear fleet of 56 reactors. But when they have been down this winter, because even nuclear power sometimes has to come offline, we've been able to export our power to them, and it's been a net import. So our mission is to secure the clean and inexpensive energy that Britain needs to prosper. Sorry, I should say it's been a net export rather than import. I will give way to my honourable friend.
On clean energy, I'm very enthusiastic to see the hydroelectric generator that we used to have on the Avon at Ringwood generating electricity once again. So will he use the powers afforded to him in clause 273 to take on the huge barriers to entry that prevent community energy generators from actually selling to customers?
Of course, my right honourable friend zeroes right in on hydroelectricity. He's absolutely right about the importance of that in the overall energy mix. It is indeed something that we're working on, he'll be pleased to say, and I'm very happy to offer him also a meeting with the Bill Minister to discuss his constituency case in a little bit more detail. I will give way in a few moments. Let me just make a few lines of progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of this is why earlier this year I was appointed to lead the new Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. It's why just 50 days later we published our ambitious Powering Up Britain blueprint for the future of energy security in this country, and bringing all of this work together here today in the second reading of this energy bill that is before the House. I give way.
Well, to the Secretary of State for giving way. Now, we all celebrated the government decision to move the Teesside CCUS and power projects to the next stage. Today, in a written ministerial statement, a government minister said she was delaying by another 4 months a decision on whether or not the plans will get planning permission. Can you understand why this delay will set alarm bells ringing on Teesside and how it will impact the project? And why is the delay necessary?
Well, as the honourable gentleman will know, ministers have to be quite careful commenting on the quasi-judicial planning decisions that this comes into. But he should not mistake, and nor should anyone in this House, this government's determination to get on with things like CCUS and with hydrogen, which is why we have announced a £20 billion programme for CCUS, the largest of any country in Europe. But as I say, specific planning decisions are, as he well knows, a matter that the planning inspector advises ministers on. I give way to
the Secretary of State for giving way. He talks about powering up Britain, but perhaps he could take some lessons from how the Welsh Labour government and Welsh Labour councils are powering up Wales. I visited a very important development in my own constituency in Rumney the other week, where a new housing development, mixed housing development, every single one of those properties has a ground source heat pump, photovoltaics in the roof, an EV charger on the drive. They're well insulated, they're using sustainable materials, and they're bringing down costs for consumers now, but also contributing towards net zero. Isn't that the example we should follow across the UK?
Well, I'm pleased to report, actually, in what I think is largely not a controversial bill, we're working very closely with the devolved administrations and trying to learn lessons from each other and support the whole country in this energy security move. So this is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is in fact the longest and most significant piece of energy legislation to ever come to this House. It's a critical part of making Britain an energy secure nation. On that point, I want to thank colleagues across the House for their positive engagement with myself and with the Bill Minister, the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, in the lead-up to this debate. And I know there's much in this bill that already has cross-party support. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and can I commend him for this bill, and I welcome its key objectives, as I think everyone does in this House. However, may I ask him, there are a number of amendments that were made in the other place, and particularly one relating to a net zero duty for Ofgem. Those amendments are now in this bill. Could he clarify whether the government will support all of those amendments, particularly the one on Ofgem?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. We'll be looking very closely at the proposed amendments. The Bill Minister himself will be addressing those in detail, which is the right way to do this. Of course, it is the case that the regulator is already very largely focused in that direction. As I often point out, of everybody in this place, I have a particular interest in making sure we do achieve what we've set out to do, because this House has kindly legislated to send the Secretary of State for Energy to prison if they don't meet the net zero commitments, or potentially through contempt of court if they didn't. So we take these things seriously, but my right honourable friend will wish to hear more on this from my honourable friend, the Energy Minister. I'll give way.
For giving way. I think it would be fair to say it shouldn't take too long to look at the amendment about putting a net zero statutory duty on Ofgem. That doesn't need much studying. But on clean, inexpensive energy, Hinkley Point C is now going to cost £33 billion. We know Sizewell C will cost in the order of £35 billion if it follows. And the existing clean-up for nuclear radioactive waste is in the order of £230 billion. So where on earth does nuclear fit the definition of clean and inexpensive?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, we're here talking about energy security. We're here talking about a tyrant costing all of our constituents a fortune, and they don't want to fix it. They don't want to have reliable nuclear power. They stand against it. They stand against oil and gas. I don't know where they expect all this energy to come from in a reliable way in the future. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should say, where there are differences, I do want to be constructive with the honourable gentleman and, of course, the devolved administration. I have to say, by and large, that's the way that this bill has progressed. So, of course, we will, on the other issues, the amendments, find ways to try to work with the House in considering all of these. I'll just make a little progress and I will give way again. I just want to say a big thank you, actually, to a lot of members in this House for their work in energy in considering this bill. The Net Zero Review, led by my right honourable friend, the member for Kingswood, for example. The work of the BEIS Select Committee for their pre-legislative scrutiny and pass of the bill. The work of the 1922 BEIS Backbench Committee for their ongoing consideration of the issues we face, plus many others in this House. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful to him for giving way. I wonder if he could say a little bit about hydrogen, because he will know there's real concern about putting a hydrogen levy on household bills at a time when so many people are already struggling to pay those bills. So will he look again, first of all, about where to put the funding for hydrogen? And secondly, will he accept that using hydrogen for households, for home heating, is actually a very inefficient way of using it? It's expensive, it brings safety risks. We do need hydrogen, we need it for hard to decarbonise sectors. Will he rule out using it in homes?
Well, it certainly is the case that hydrogen comes with complications when it comes to home heating, which is why we have a couple of different trials ongoing to understand some of the impacts. And we'll know more once those trials have been carried out. She asked specifically about a levy, though. I should point out that this bill will not introduce a levy itself. She is right that we need to see results of trials before we understand how that should operate, and so we will wait a little while. I'm just going to make a little bit of progress first before I give way again. So turning to the contents of the bills, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's helpful to consider these in three themes. First, about liberating private investment in clean technologies, helping to reduce our exposure to the very volatile gas prices in the long term. For example, this bill will help us to exploit the absolutely extraordinary potential for carbon capture, utilisation and storage, or CCUS, and low-carbon hydrogen as well, potentially for industrial use. This country has actually got a vast storage reservoir beneath the North Sea, and much of it once filled with oil and gas, that could be enough capacity to store up to 78 billion tonnes of carbon. Now, I appreciate people have difficulty imagining what that would look like. I know I did. The answer is it's the equivalent weight of 15 billion elephants, if you're better able to imagine that. Or to put it another way, at atmospheric pressure, roughly the space of 200 million St Paul's cathedrals. In short, we have a lot of space under the North Sea, which our geology provides for us. And if we're able to fill the UK theoretical potential CO2 storage capacity with carbon dioxide, the avoided cost in today's emission trading pricing could be in the region of £5 trillion. In short, we've got a potential for a geological gold mine under the sea, and this bill helps us to access it. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way because, of course, CCUS is something that's very important to me and to my constituency. Enquest, the operators at the Sullom Voe terminal, now see the next generation of the use of that involving CCUS. But does this not, in fact, reinforce the point made by his right honourable friend in relation to the Ofgem remit? Does this not, in fact, sit very nicely with the recommendations that he has received from Tim Pick, his own offshore wind champion, who has also made the point that the mandate for Ofgem has to be one that is reshaped. It hasn't been touched since 2010 to bring it into the appropriate framework for net zero challenges.
Hear, hear.
Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the reality is this government, the whole House, because the law's already been passed, has already committed to those targets. We've got these carbon budgets 1 to 6. I think we exceeded 1, 2 and 3 and 4, on track for 5. And I set out a few weeks ago in Powering Up Britain how we plan to meet carbon budget 6 as well. So it's an interesting conversation about whether the regulator has an individual duty or not, but the reality is, in truth, we're all headed towards this cleaner energy system. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. And he will recognise, of course, that in order to keep the cost down, to get electricity brought to the places where it's needed, to avoid us having to pay offshore wind producers for switching off when there's no capacity, we need something like 600 kilometres of electricity wires between now and 2030, when over the last 8 years we've only built about 32 kilometres. So can I press him on the point in the 1922 Backbench Bays Committee report proposing that there should be some new planning allowance to have those cables going down the side of transport corridors such as motorways and train lines?
I've met with my right honourable friend on some of the ideas in the report. I'm very grateful for all of those, including the idea about the cables running along existing transport routes. I'm pleased to let her know that we are taking forward many of the suggestions from that particular committee, as well as elsewhere across the House. Of course, there's much in the bill here to assist with organising and planning, but much more to do as well. And I'm very grateful for her assistance on all of this. So, by introducing business models, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to get the advantage of that long-term potential geological storage with revenues and potential CCUS industry that could support something like 50,000 jobs, another 12,000 jobs in hydrogen by 2030. And we'll also build the market for low-carbon heat pumps to 600,000 installations a year by 2028 and accelerate the transition to ultra-efficient electric heat pumps to reduce our reliance on that very volatile global gas market and improve our own energy security in return. And we're going to bring forward reforms to test new methods of decarbonising heating, and this is where we come back to the hydrogen trials. We're going to have some first-of-a-kind hydrogen village trials. I will in just a moment. This trial will convert up to 2,000 properties to hydrogen for heating instead of natural gas and repurpose the existing gas network infrastructure for 100% hydrogen when we can find out about the efficiency or otherwise of building a hydrogen heating network. And I just want to put on record, I understand there are challenges, which is of course why we want to test this first. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And there's a lot in this bill that is commendable in terms of improving energy security and decarbonising the production of energy. But where this bill is perhaps lacking some ambition is in reducing energy emissions, particularly for homes. And we know that particularly poorer homes or poorly insulated homes are very expensive at a time of rising cost of living to heat. But we also know that we can do a lot more in this area. And I wonder if my right honourable friend would be accepting of amendments in this area to improve the loss of energy, the loss of heat, and improve home energy efficiency as the bill progresses.
Well, my honourable friend's absolutely right, of course, that it's always easier not to expend the energy in the first place and save it. And that's why we've been very pleased since 2010 to get from something like only 14% of homes having a decent energy rating to 47% were hit over 50 this year. We've invested in the last spending period and going forward to 25 to 28 over £12 billion on this work. So we are very serious about securing the energy efficiency of homes, and he's absolutely right to highlight this as a key area of concern. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I hope he'll be able to stay later on to hear the benefit of my constituents' experience of the Hydrogen Village trials so far. Can he just confirm, as per previous correspondence with ministers, that the government will still expect to see strong public support before agreeing to proceed with any trials?
Well, I have been following the discussions in Whitby and his constituency. I just want to be clear. I mean, we've got no desire to trial this on communities who don't want to see disruption. On the other hand, I know that there are other communities who are really quite keen on it. For the reasons already discussed in this debate, there are clearly pros and cons in switching to hydrogen for household heating, and it won't be appropriate everywhere, which is why we want to learn from those trials But it's also, I think, important to recognise that hydrogen for industrial use is a different matter again. And so we are feeling our way into all of this, together with what we'll learn from the H100 neighbourhood trial in Fife, where the village trial will provide critical evidence to inform decisions on hydrogen, heat in decarbonisation, which are decisions which won't be taken until 2026. I'll just give way.
Appreciate him giving way on that matter, but just on the point of hydrogen trials and effectively doing it with consent, one of the clauses in the bill does actually allow companies to go in and disconnect people from the gas grid to facilitate the trials. Surely that's the polar opposite of doing it with consent.
That's a misreading of what the bill does. I absolutely agree with him as the answer I just gave, and given my record on campaigning against what happened with PPM, prepayment meters, I think the Honourable Gentleman will know that would never be the intention. So the only element in the bill is to enable those trials to take place where they wouldn't be able to otherwise, but as I just indicated to the Honourable Gentleman, that certainly wouldn't be forced. I will just make a little progress before taking some further interventions. The second pillar in the bill will help strengthen our energy security and minimise costs to consumers. The bill will pave the way for an independent system operator and planner, or ISOP, whose focus will be on building a better, more reliant energy system. The ISOP will maintain our energy security and operate at the cutting edge of the net zero with long-term ambitious plans, and it will bring electricity and gas systems together into a single institution, enhancing our ability to plan for our energy system in the future and to reduce costs. We'll also, I'll give way to my uncle friend.
Very grateful. I just wonder if I could bring up the question of energy and clean energy for aviation in the future. And in terms of sustainable aviation fuels, can the Secretary of State give us some assurance that we will have a UK homegrown sustainable aviation fuel industry? So it's something that we do here and don't import from overseas.
I thank my honourable friend. He may know that I helped to establish the Jet Zero Council that's been working for nearly 4 years now on answering exactly this problem and bringing together academia, industry and government. And the upshot of that is this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was honoured to be with His Majesty the King in his first public engagement at the Whittle Institute, where he was turning the first sod in order to build a new institute over £50 million there, or body rather, which will work primarily on this issue, including sustainable aviation fuel. As Transport Secretary, I also set a 10% requirement for sustainable aviation fuel by 2030, ensuring that we lead the world in the production of this new industry as well. And I will come back to colleagues, but I will just make a little bit of progress first. We'll also enable a competition in onshore electricity networks, which could see consumers saving £1 billion by 2050, and will protect almost 500,000 heat network customers, ensuring smart energy systems are both safe and secure. And the third pillar of this bill is to deliver safe, secure, and resilient UK energy system. We'll not allow malicious actors. Sometimes that could be dangerous protesters, it could be those who are using energy as a weapon, as we've seen with the recent disruption, and the bill helps to
on the point about resilience,
address that individual point. I'll give way to my right-hand friend.
Grateful to the Secretary of State, being incredibly generous with his time. On this point about vital fuel resilience, is he aware that there are significant concerns amongst refiners and other companies in this space about the breadth of the provisions drawn in the bill and the powers of direction that the Secretary of State will potentially have over these companies and their concerns around the commercial and competitive position it puts them in? So would he give a commitment that the government will continue to look at the phrasing of those provisions in the bill during its committee stage?
To answer my right honourable friend directly, no, I don't have concerns about it, but I hear his concerns, and I'm going to ask my honourable friend to meet up with him to address those within the bill. But, Madam, again, I'll just make a little progress before I take the next set of interventions. Madam Deputy Speaker, offshore wind provides a secure and resilient source of energy, and we're already global leaders in offshore wind, with the world's largest wind farm in the North Sea. But we also have the world's second largest wind farm, the third largest, and the fourth largest is being constructed now at Dogger Bank 2, and that in itself will become the first largest in the world. In other words, we have become global experts at delivering offshore wind, and it's why this country is now selling that technology and expertise elsewhere in the world. It's also why we have a leadership role in offshore floating platforms, where we have both the first floating and the largest offshore floating wind in the world. We're also introducing security at civil nuclear sites reforms to assist with that, and we're ensuring that offshore oil and gas regulatory regimes protect habitats as new technologies are developed. In addition, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my right honourable friend, and I just want to bring back to the comments about energy security, which the bill outlines lots of ways that be achieved, but he will be aware that the vast majority of materials that are needed for renewable energy are processed in China, and therefore are we not in danger of creating the same situation with renewables as we had with fossil fuels with Russia? And I wonder what assessment he was making in terms of energy security in those particular areas.
I very much share my honourable friend's concerns. I was recently in Japan at the G7, where we signed an agreement with other nuclear powers from the G7 on exactly this issue of energy security. Of course, we have Urenco, third owned by the British government, which is in many ways very advanced on the production, fabrication and other elements of uranium, and it is part of this mix that we must ensure that we're able to do that. So I thank my right honourable friend for his question. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. And it goes back a little while ago, because I was standing a few minutes ago, to the honourable gentleman whose constituent I've forgotten. But it's around energy efficiency. I have got 14,000 households in Oldham who are fuel poor. They've seen their gas bills double, their electricity's up nearly 2/3. And some of them have said to me, why is it that we're going through this? When can we have our houses made more efficient, so we're not having to spend so much in this? And why couldn't it be funded by a windfall tax on energy producers, given that, for example, BP last week was saying they were making £60 million a day in profits?
Just a little reminder that if colleagues do intervene on the Secretary of State, it is customary to stay till the end of his speech. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should say this does go back a little way, so it's worth reminding the House that we have gone from 14% of homes being A to C, energy secure essentially, to 47%. We've got eco plans which were put in place. These plans 1, 2, 3 and 4, the front bench is chuntering along saying they're not going very well. I've just explained that nearly half of the homes have now been greened up. And of course, and that primarily have been social homes that have been taken to that level. So I'm very interested and concerned to understand why her own local authority has yet to follow some of those plans. And I look forward to them getting on with the job with all of the money that is being made available to do that. And she's absolutely right about, I actually agree with her. She's absolutely right about the energy producers. That's why we've taxed them at a punitive 75%. And we've handed those billions of pounds to her constituents and businesses, paying roughly half of the typical energy bill in this country. In addition to the measures already contained in the bill, we will go even further, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following up from Powering Up Britain plan, we'll table 4 sets of amendments to achieve these goals. First, we'll amend the bill to provide Great British Nuclear, a new flagship body, to enable nuclear projects and support the UK's nuclear industry, with a specific role to support government in rebuilding our civil nuclear industry. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that my honourable friend is our country's first Minister for Nuclear in that plan. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I'm complimenting him on bringing forward this huge, much-needed, excellent bill. I want to take him back, though, to this point about the Secretary of State's and other ministers' powers of intervention, because the scale of investment which these plans rightly will require in whole swathes of new technologies to be introduced, will require a vast amount of cash to be invested not only from within the UK but internationally as well, and reducing the cost of that investment is essential, and therefore reducing the uncertainty and the political intervention risk will make a very dramatic difference to both the efficiency of that investment and also to the productivity of our economy. Will he therefore please commit to making sure that we improve the regulatory certainty, the legal certainty in which all those investments will be made, by reducing the opportunity for politicians to meddle, be they on our side of the House or at some hopefully very distant future date on the other side of the House as well?
My right honourable friend's absolutely right, and yes, I provide that commitment. The bill attempts to do exactly that in some of the ways that I'm just about to describe, and he's absolutely right about lowering the costs by lowering the uncertainty for investors as well. But of course, I'll just make a little bit of progress. We're concerned that there are others who want to speak in the main debate. Unlike wind power, nuclear energy isn't dependent on the weather, so by ramping up capacity, we will help a lot. It's worth the House knowing that every single one of the operational reactors in this country was actually commissioned by a Conservative government. I'm delighted that the party opposite are now joining on this, and I know that they also agree, though not all of them, that small modular reactors are an important part of our nuclear future. They'll boost energy security, unlock thousands of jobs, play a crucial role in stabilising electricity prices in the long term. So, Madam Deputy, I'll give way.
Thank you very much. I thank the Secretary of State for giving me. He mentioned jobs there. Now, research by Robert Gordon's University in Aberdeen has shown that 90% of the highly skilled professionals in oil and gas have skills which could be transferred to adjacent energies. However, there is currently a shortage in people going through higher education. So what is the government going to do to address the skills gap, but also to ensure that we don't lose employment in existing energy sectors in the way that we have in other industries like shipbuilding and steel over the decades?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right about the skills gap's very, very important. I recently had a summit with our French counterparts. That was specific to skills in the nuclear sector, but very similar issues. We are working with DWP, our colleagues in the MOD and DFE, on exactly the subject of skills that she raises. My honourable friend is working with them actively through this bill as well. And again, I know that he would be delighted to discuss it with the Honourable Lady. Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I'll just make a small bit of progress, and I will give way again. We'll also amend the bill to deliver on the support package for energy-intensive industries, protecting them from high electricity prices. And this will bring prices for UK businesses in line with global competitors, preserving jobs and investment in the strategic foundation industries, things like steel and chemicals, for example. And bringing down prices will also remove a barrier for these traditional carbon-intensive industries to decarbonise by switching, in some cases, to electrification. Thirdly, I will in just a moment, let me make a little bit more progress. Third, we're tabling amendments on hydrogen transport and storage alongside the hydrogen production measures already in the bill. And finally, we are proposing further amendments related to carbon dioxide storage licensing to help us maximise that extraordinary potential I talked about before under the UK continental shelf, which is so important. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He knows my views on sustainable aviation fuel. Come back to that should I catch the Speaker's eye. But on the issue of the small modular reactors, there is no way that a country like France would allow a non-French firm to be the backbone of its nuclear industry. We do not want to take such an isolationist view, but it would be a travesty if the work in this field did not bring jobs, expertise and industrial success to this country. Can he give me an assurance that he will make sure that we don't make the mistakes of the last Labour government, who sold off our nuclear industry, and will actually encourage the development of a domestic nuclear industry?
My right honourable friend will know that the world's very first civil nuclear reactor was Calder Hall in Cumbria, and we led the world. But as he said, we switched off or stopped investing in nuclear power, which is a great shame because we're now having to work to get back to 25%, which is our objective. And he's right. He's right in another way as well. There's one company who have been responsible for several decades running essentially small modular reactors, and the nuclear Trident fleet under the water, successfully refuelling, I think, once every 25 years. So we have a certain lead in this area, and it is very important that we get on with small modular reactors while we're having a very brief competition with the results by October. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
He rightly addresses the need to decarbonise and support industries who have been high users of carbon. The bill, as now amended, includes a ban on opening new coal mines, thanks to the Liberal Democrats in the other place. What possible reason could be there for the government to not support that amendment?
Well, on this side of the House, we believe on actually getting on and doing things. And that is how we've ended up going from just 10 or 11 years ago, 40% of our electricity, nearly 40%, came from coal. This year, I expect it will probably drop to just about zero. But they're still fighting the battles of yesterday. They're still concerned about building more coal, but no one is getting on with building power stations out of coal. So, in fact, it's an issue that is already long past and in the distant past. I want to just finish this off so that other members can come in and speak, which I think is only fair. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll know the entire UK will benefit, I think, from the measures in this bill, bringing jobs and economic growth and clean energy to the whole of the country. The governments from the outset worked closely with the devolved administration, with people across the House, and I hope that they will continue to do so on that point.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And look, this bill is sending mixed messages across the world, issuing 100 oil and gas licensing, and while not ensuring that renewable energy projects are connected to the grid. But on the devolved issue, when is the Minister, the Secretary of State, going to speak and learn from Wales and the Welsh Government and the project that I am very proud to have introduced, Arbed, on upgrading our insulation on homes, creating new skills and tackling the urgent climate crisis?
Well, as I mentioned before, we're working very constructively and across the whole of the UK on this issue of energy security. I'm not quite sure I followed the earlier point in her intervention where she seemed to be saying that we should import oil and gas from elsewhere, by the way, with about twice as much carbon, rather than exploiting our own. But I do want to work, as closely as possible on these issues with members across the House. I give way to my leader.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Just to bring him back to the independent systems operator and planner, I think we should always be wary in this House about creating new regulators, we need to be very clear about exactly their purpose. And could he just explain a bit more detail about how this ISOP will operate with Ofgem and the relationship between the two? And in clause 123, it says that ISOP will have regard to, I think they're the words, have regard to the strategic priorities set out from the department. I think we need to be clearer about whether we will be able, in this House and indeed the government, to direct ISOP to do what we want it to do in order to deliver on the ambitious, successful plans we hope to be successful contained within this bill.
Yes, my honourable friend is right to raise the concern, but I think he can also be pleased to hear that that's exactly the purpose of this structure, that the ISOP should be able to take instruction from and guidance about its policy to ensure that we do something which isn't really possible at the moment, which is combining that oil and gas input into our network and being much more strategic about the way that we do that, which is more required now than ever, given the extraordinary mix of energy that goes into our network. I will just make a little more progress as I'm coming to a conclusion. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I started by describing some of the changes in the past 50 years, and who knows which futuristic gadgets will be in the member opposite's home in the decades to come. Perhaps AI coffee machines producing the perfect cuppa before he even realised he needed a brew, or intelligent music hubs that decide what we'll listen to before we decide ourselves, or maybe even personalised music invented on the fly. I don't know what these developments would be, but I do know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the energy we use to run these services will be far cleaner, much more secure, and it will be thanks in part to the measures in this bill. Just as we once bounced back from the crisis of the 70s, the bill will ensure we never again allow British consumers to be held hostage to the likes of a tyrant like Putin. I'll just conclude, if the honourable members don't mind. I hope members across the House will recognise the opportunity the bill represents, a massively increased investment in jobs and economic growth to support our long-term ambition to lower energy bills and ensure that in future we power Britain from Britain. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The Secretary of State was very generous with his time in taking interventions, not least from others who wish to catch the Speaker's eye in the future. So a warning that there will be a time limit. It's likely to be 5 minutes or less, depending on the other opening speeches. If there is anybody who feels they may not have notified the Speaker's office that they wish to speak, do let me know, because that will affect the timings as well. Shadow Secretary of State, Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by welcoming the arrival of this bill in the House of Commons? And I want to thank the Secretary of State and his ministers for their willingness to engage in the discussions on this bill, which we support, as I will explain. And I have to say, after the Secretary of State's speech, I look forward to, after the next election, him providing some AI consultancy for my house when he has some more time on his hands. Now the central truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, which frames this bill for us, is what the Secretary of State also said in his speech. The energy bills crisis, with bills still double what they were 18 months ago. And it demonstrates that this crisis demonstrates the urgency of getting off expensive fossil fuels and moving to clean power. Because clean power is the route to cheaper bills, to energy security, long-term sustainable jobs, and tackling the climate emergency. But the peril for Britain, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the deep uncertainty about whether the government is doing what is required to make the transition happen with the urgency needed. And if we look at the last couple of months alone, we've heard the Climate Change Committee say in March, and I quote, the government is asleep at the wheel on its 2035 decarbonisation target. We've heard the Infrastructure Commission say in the same months that movement has stuttered further, just as the need for acceleration has heightened. And we've heard the Cross-Party Business and Energy Select Committee say in April, at the current pace of change, the UK is set to fail to hit its target of decarbonising the power sector. The common theme, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one we've heard many times about the government, is that they don't act as if this was really the emergency it is. And putting this right is what the bill needs to do. So we apply 3 tests to it. Does it represent an all-out sprint for zero carbon power, the linchpin of a net zero country? Does it provide a proper plan to spread the benefits from cheap, clean power to working families across Britain? And does it provide an industrial policy which means we can win the global race for the jobs of the future? Now, in this context, we will give our support to this bill because we welcome many of the measures in it and believe they are long overdue. The independent system operator, which I'll come on to in the course of my speech, which we have long called for. The CO2 licensing regime, because as the Secretary of State said, carbon capture and storage is important for the future. Measures to support hydrogen, nuclear and action on grid. And a number of other aspects of what you might call green plumbing in this bill, which is actually largely what it is about. We also welcome the improvements made in the other place, which I thank their lordships, and I'll also come on to in the course of my speech. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite these things we welcome, set against the tests I listed, we believe this bill still lacks the urgency and long-term strategy that is required. If the pace and scale at which we need to transform our energy system is akin to climbing a mountain, the bill is a route map to base camp, but it will not take us to the summit. It's too half-hearted on the zero-carbon sprint that we need. It does not take sufficient measures to make working people the priority in the energy transition. And with the pace being set by President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, and this is something I'm sure that members hear in their own constituencies, it does not put Britain enough at the forefront of the race for low-carbon jobs. That's why we'll be seeking further improvements in the bill in the course of its passage. I want to start with the sprint for zero-carbon power. Last summer, renewables were 9 times cheaper than oil and gas. Today, even after the recent fall in gas prices, they remain multiple times lower. But onshore wind, amongst the cheapest, cleanest and most quickly deployed energy available to us, remains effectively banned in England. And that is thanks to the decision in 2015 to put it in a unique category of difficulty compared to other local infrastructure, so that one objection can defeat a project. Indeed, it is now far easier to build an incinerator or a landfill site than an onshore wind farm. Madam Deputy Speaker, this ban has meant that since 2015, in 8 years, and the Energy Minister was candid enough about this earlier this year, just 3 wind farms have been built in the whole of England, just 3. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had 5 Prime Ministers since 2015 and just 3 onshore wind farms. I make that 3/5 of a wind farm per Prime Minister. I mean, this is my great maths. That is quite the record. And the thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, people across the House will have different views on wind farms, but the cost of this ban, according to Carbon Brief, the Honourable Gentleman's transferring from a sedentary position, they're his figures that he said at Energy Questions, and the cost of this ban, according to Carbon Brief, is over £5 billion. That is £180 per household, because of the expensive gas that we're importing when we could be using onshore wind. And in future, failing to achieve the doubling of onshore wind deprives us of another 20 gigawatts of power. Now, any self-respecting energy bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, would, of course, lift this ban. Even the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset, who sadly is no longer in his place, called for the ban to be lifted when he was briefly Energy Secretary. I mean, I know it wasn't a glorious time, but he got that, he got that right. He argued for bringing the position into line with other infrastructure. In December, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a sort of a promise that was made by the government. In December, the Community Secretary said that by the end of April, and we've gone beyond the end of April, the ban would be lifted. I have to say, I hate to say this, but the dinosaur tendency in the party opposite seems to have prevailed once again. And I'm afraid on this, the Energy Secretary is actually the dinosaur in chief. Because despite all the evidence, despite 78% of the public supporting onshore, I will in a moment, despite all the evidence, 78% of the public supporting onshore wind, according to his own department's polling, he said in the midst of the energy crisis, he wasn't in favour of onshore wind because it's an eyesore. You know, he's the self-styled TikTok moderniser, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but he's more a sort of pterodactyl NIMBY stuck in the past on this. And I'll take Wallace and Gromit over pterodactyl NIMBY. And as well as that drive for all forms of zero carbon power, we need this. And so I have to say to honourable members, and I appeal to honourable right members across the House, because this should not be a party political issue, we will seek to amend this bill to do the honourable member for North East Somerset's very simple position, which says onshore wind, supported by 20-1 by the public, should have the same planning rules as other local infrastructure. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He was engaging in some paleontological analysis. If I can bring him to slightly more recent past, he was naming the number of wind farms that have been given planning permission since 2015. I wonder if you could name the number of Labour energy ministers between 1997 and 2010 and how many nuclear projects that they commissioned.
I was talking about onshore wind farms that not just had planning permission and had been consented. I'll tell her very simply on nuclear. In 2006, Tony Blair changed the policy on nuclear to be in favour of nuclear. When I left office in 2010, we identified 10 new nuclear sites, and there have been 13 years since then. And how many nuclear plants have been built and operational? Precisely 0. He had to talk about the previous Conservative government, which left office 25 years ago. That is indeed stuck in the past. Now, I will give way.
Just explain, given the importance of nuclear and what he's just said, why did the last Labour government sell off Westinghouse, which was owned by Britain, which was the main repository of our nuclear skills?
I have to say, the idea that he wants to relitigate the last Labour government. Let's talk about the future, Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We want nuclear. We want nuclear to move ahead. And actually, they've had 13 years, and they've failed to do it. Now let's talk about how we get an energy system that is fit for purpose. I won't give away. Nowhere is it more true than when it comes to the grid, which frankly is a disgrace when it comes to the delays that have been allowed to build up. For all of the boasts of the party opposite, this is what Keith Anderson of Scottish Power says about the delays to the grid. And he says this: the wind farms that are coming online today were approved when Gordon Brown was in power. That's a long time ago, and we need to move much faster to move beyond this crisis. Now, the new independent systems operator is a step forward, but for us there are still remaining questions about whether the independent systems operator goes far enough in its powers, remit, and independence. What the energy system, and it goes to the honourable gentleman's question to the Secretary of State, what the energy system sorely lacks at the moment is a guiding mind. Not simply balancing the system day to day, and this is the purpose of the regulator, and hoping the market provides, but planning for the future of the system as we transition to net zero. At the moment, and this is the point, this planning role is a job for everyone. It's a job for the Energy Department, it's a job for Ofgem, it's a job for the network companies. So it's a job for everyone, but the ultimate responsibility of nobody. And this is what needs to change with the ISOP, so that we auction offshore wind in the right places, so that we plan and build the grid in the right places on the right timescale, and have the right amount of power in the system in the years ahead. For us, that is the purpose of ISOP, and we're going to be testing out whether the proposals in the bill for the ISOP adequately meet this vision during its passage. And if this regime is to work, and here I concur with the interventions on the Secretary of State, we need a price regulator in Ofgem, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which supports and never stands in the way of change. And I think it is, I hope that the Secretary of State's failure to sort of refuse this amendment, if you see what I mean, or to say that he opposed it is a good sign. But obviously Ofgem should have a formal net zero duty in our view. I think it was recommended by the Net Zero Czar, the right honourable member for Kingswood, and this has been rightly inserted by the House of Lords. We also, though, and this is kind of boring but very, very important, sort out the issues of planning. The National Infrastructure Commission produced a very important report recently about the delays to planning, and I have to say they said in part this is the fault of government, which has not updated its energy national policy statements for a decade. And they say there should be a statutory duty on the government to review them every 5 years. We agree with that. And here's the other thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which I think is important. All relevant regulators, including, in my view, the planning inspectorate, should have a net zero duty. Because otherwise we're going to find the system being slowed down and gummed up. And of course, the views of local people are important in this, must be taken into account, but we also have to make progress on this. And I think this bill could achieve those things to speed up the planning process. However, even if we get all the forms of low-carbon power that we need, and I think we should have all of them, even if we sort out the grid and planning, there is an obvious question which the Secretary of State didn't address, which is the price of electricity, even if we get all of those renewables and indeed nuclear, is currently tied to the price of gas. And we do need reform of a system which currently links electricity to the prevailing price of gas. We on this side first called for this in January of last year. I would say to the Secretary of State, we will be talking about this in the committee of the bill. We strongly believe there should be a commitment to a timetable for this delinking in the bill. Otherwise, we will get more drift and delay, and we won't reap the benefits of this move to zero carbon power. So, on the one hand, we need this drive to zero carbon power, but we also, and this was again raised earlier, we also need a decisive shift away from the high carbon, expensive path. And unfortunately, this bill doesn't make an attempt to make that shift. It's business as usual on fossil fuels. On coal, he sort of rather dismissed the intervention on coal, but on coal, there has been a good record on coal in the last decade. Yeah, there has been a good record. Well, he says thank you. He says thank you. He wants to sort of, chunter away, but opening a new coal mine drives a coach and horses through that record. No, it doesn't, he says. You can't go round the world as the former president of the COP did and tell everybody you've got to power past coal and then say, but not us. Because it totally undermines our moral authority. And here's the thing. The steel industry in Britain says it won't use the coking coal. It won't provide the long-term jobs that Cumbria needs, and it sends utterly the wrong message on climate. And that's why their lordships have inserted a provision to ban new coal mines, and we support that amendment. We will also bring forward an amendment to ban dangerous, expensive, unpopular fracking. Because, and I know they want to say it was a sort of bad dream, Bobby Ewing in the shower and all that, the Truss period, but showing my age, that is true. You want, we will say on. I'm a big Dallas fan, actually, but we will say on. We will bring forward an amendment. We will say we'll bring forward an amendment on fracking, and we also believe, and this is an important point. We also believe that, and this is an important point, this bill should be removing the 2015 duty to extract every last drop, so-called maximum economic recovery, from the North Sea. And I can do no better than quote the Net Zero Tsar, praised by the Right Honourable Gentleman, who did a very serious piece of work, and they're nodding on the front bench. And this is what he said, and it couldn't be clearer. Developing new oil and gas fields is incompatible with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. There is no such thing as a new net zero oil field. They're not my words, they're not the Liberal Democrats or any other party in this place. He starts chuntering, but he should talk to his own Net Zero Tsar, who did this brilliant report that he himself praised. And let me explain, and let me just explain for the benefit of honourable and right honourable members, why is this, I will in a moment, I know he wants to come in, I will in a moment. Why is this the right position? This approach will have no impact on bringing down bills. And how do we know that? Because every previous energy minister has said that, right? Gas and oil is traded on an just pipe down for a minute. Because the price is set on the international market, and indeed 80% of our oil is exported. It drives a coach and horses through any possibility of keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees, according to hundreds of leading scientists and the honourable gentleman. And here's the other thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is a new part of this. We now know how much the government is having to shell out to the oil and gas industry to persuade them to make this investment, because it's in the Budget Red Book, in the detail of the Budget Red Book, over £11 billion, because the current Prime Minister, the previous Chancellor, introduced a windfall tax, but then he introduced this absolutely massive super deduction, which is not available now to any other industry, including renewables, of £11 billion. So massive, massive costs to the taxpayer, no impact on bills, something like Rosebank, where the oil is going to be exported, and driving a coach and horses through our climate commitments. It's no wonder the Net Zero Czar concluded it was the wrong policy for Britain, and it is. And they can carry on, and they can carry on pretending that business as usual is consistent with the science, consistent with what we go around the world saying, but it isn't, and the Right Honourable Gentleman has rightly said so. So we will seek to improve the bill so it delivers on the zero carbon sprint we need. Next, I want to turn to the second part of my remarks, and I will try and speed up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of what this legislation can do to ensure the fairness of the transition. We know this fairness of the transition is essential if we're to take the public with us, and we know there are huge opportunities. And I want to come back to this issue of energy efficiency because, you know, they sort of go on and on about their great record on energy efficiency. Here's the facts. Here's the facts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 2010, there were 1.6 million energy efficiency upgrades. In 2022, there were 160,000 equivalent measures. So in other words, there were 10 times more when the last Labour government left office than now. And we know why this is. And I say to the honourable member, the chair of the EAC, because he has done many, many important learned reports on this question, there were massive cuts imposed in energy efficiency schemes when David Cameron said, cut the green crap, and the investment has not recovered. And that's why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UK Business Council for Sustainable Development says it will take almost 200 years at the current rate to get all homes up to EPC-C. 200 years. And that's not just bad for the constituents of my honourable friend who intervened and many others in this House. It also means we import more gas, we use more gas supplies, because the estimates are that we could cut gas demand by 20% if we got all homes up to EPC-C. And their lordships did us a favour, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Oh, yeah, I will. I promised I would, yeah.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way in an unexpectedly amusing speech from the front bench. On the point of gas and fossil fuels, and I think the point he made was a serious one, it should be responded to. The International Energy Authority has said even by 2045, fossil fuels will still make up, they say, between 28 and 30% of our total energy mix. Fossil fuels is going to be with us for decades to come, though, of course, everybody in this House is working to bring that down as fast as possible. In the period of that transition, particularly in relation to gas, does the Right Honourable Gentleman accept that we are going to have to, as best we can, in existing areas that are within our own control, improve our own energy security and resilience by exploiting our own gas rather than importing more, as indeed he has just referred?
I have great respect for the honourable gentleman. Let me try and explain the position, which is nobody is talking about turning off the taps in the North Sea. The question is this, which is, do we defy the International Energy Agency? Because he cites the IEA. The IEA say in absolutely clear terms that if we engage in new fields in the North Sea, if we have new exploration, we will bust way through 1.5 degrees. And the point is, every country can say, well, we're going to do it, but you shouldn't. But if we do that, we will end up at a 3-degree world. That's what all of the scientists tell us. Now, look, I think one of the great things in this House, compared to other countries, actually, is that we have established a cross-party consensus on following the science. But the science could not be clearer. That's why 700 scientists wrote to the newspapers a few weeks ago to say this is our view. That's why the IEA says it. That's why the UN Secretary-General says it. That's why the Net Zero Czar, when he looked at the evidence, said it. I mean, it's not me making it up. That's what the clear evidence is. So yes, he's right. We'll continue to use our existing fields. But the question is, do we grant new licenses, new exploration, defying all of what the science tells us? And in my view, that would be a betrayal of future generations. I don't pretend this is easy. I don't pretend it's easy. but it is absolutely crystal clear. And they say more impulse. No, the answer is to get off fossil fuels and drive towards low carbon. I think he spoke already. Now, let me just say on this question of fairness, I've said energy efficiency is incredibly important, and the Lords, I think have done us a favour. I hope we can keep their amendments in. Look, I want to raise this issue, but this is very important. Part of making this transition fair is striking the right balance between levies on bills and public expenditure. Look, when I was Energy Secretary, we introduced things through levies. So I'm not sort of saying Labour government didn't do it and so on. But there is a question about the balance here, right? And the Treasury is never that keen on investing public money. We know that. It's not just true under this government. It's maybe particularly true under this government. But I think we do have a problem here, and I've got to be honest with the House about this, which is if we say that any cost in the green investment must be borne through levies, we're just going to pile more and more onto bill payers. Now, this takes the issue of hydrogen. There's a strong economic case for investing in hydrogen through public investment. That's what the US is doing. Much of the benefit of new investment in hydrogen will go to industry, not consumers directly, which will be at the front of the queue for its use. So putting the cost of hydrogen on consumer bills, as this legislation originally proposed, is not, in my view, the right way forward. And I would say to the Secretary of State, and I know this is tricky, to put it mildly, discussions in government, but the right thing to do is surely to make public investment through public expenditure in hydrogen, not to just bung the money onto bill payers. And I hope in the course of the discussion of this bill, we know how much is actually going to be put onto bill payers, because we can't just adding levy after levy after levy because the Treasury says, oh, well, we don't want to invest. And that takes me to the last part of my remarks, and I will conclude shortly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Britain and the race for the low-carbon jobs of the future. Look, we know IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, has had a massive impact. In just 7 months, we've seen nearly 10 times more jobs in low-carbon and renewables created in the US than the UK over the last 7 years. This bill should be our answer to IRA. But in truth, the government is facing a number of different ways on IRA. First of all, they say it's dangerous. That's what the Secretary of State said. Then they say we're already doing it. And then they also say we're going to have our response in the autumn. But every day that goes by, we hear another business saying we're losing the global race. It may interest the House to know this. There are 23 clean steel demonstration projects across Europe, but there are none in the UK. There are 40 gigafactories due to open across Europe by 2030, just one certain in the UK. So where is the National Wealth Fund in this bill to invest in our ports, clean steel, gigafactories? And I think it's in the interests of all sides of the House that we put pressure on the government here to make the investments that can actually put us in the lead in the race for green jobs. We had the Chief Executive of Johnson Matthey today saying we've lost the race for gigafactories and are in danger of losing the race for green hydrogen. And I might say also, every country that is leading the world in renewables has a publicly owned energy generation company. Why doesn't Britain? Because what it means, and this isn't a matter of ideology, EDF, Ørsted, Vattenfall, Statkraft invest in our infrastructure. These are state-owned companies. It's an extraordinary fact that 46% of our offshore wind assets are owned not by foreign companies, but state-owned foreign companies. And that means that the proceeds go back to those countries and they build the supply chains. GB Energy, and by the way, I welcome GB Nuclear, but GB Energy is a sort of much wider version of GB Nuclear. GB Energy is just understanding that reality and saying, why not Britain? And I do say this is a moment of peril for Britain in the race for low-carbon jobs, and this bill isn't the answer. I'll conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill is, in our view, necessary, but not sufficient to the scale of challenge and opportunity we face. We welcome many of the measures here, which are long overdue reforms that will make the delivery of net zero easier. And on the basis of the common ground that does exist, we will work constructively with the government. Because I think this bill will be useful to whoever is in government after the next election. But for all its length, the truth is the bill is further proof that Britain will require a new government, in our view, to do what is truly needed to lower bills, give us energy security, create jobs, and show the climate leadership we need.
We've got about 28 people who want to speak in this debate. It's quite a lot. So I'm going to start at 6 minutes, but after the Scottish National spokesman has finished, I'll then be able to work out whether we can stay at 6 or have to go down. Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Southfork, Doncaster North. And I have to say I was delighted to learn from his remarks that he's going to support the bill, because I think he's quite right to do so. I was also very pleased to learn that he reads the reports from the Environmental Audit Committee, and I commend them to other members of the House who haven't had that opportunity. I'm rising also to support this bill today. It is, as the Secretary of State has said, a monumental piece of legislation, the largest piece of energy legislation in my political lifetime, and most people in this House, I suspect. Energy is at the heart of our economy, and it drives the competitiveness of this country versus our peers. And as we've just seen from the impact of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, when it goes wrong, those countries that can't account for their own energy security and energy resilience are left at the mercy of the autocrats. And that is not a position that this country should be in, given our geographic position and our access to resources. So I think that this bill is a vital first step along the journey to the vision set out in Powering Up Britain by the Secretary of State. But I may disappoint him slightly in saying that I think it does lack what is really needed, which is a vision to get us to 2050. We need a 27-year plan to establish how we will be driving the electricity generation and getting it to the places that it needs to go to in order to achieve net zero Britain. So I hope that during the course of the passage of this bill, if there are additional comments and suggestions made to the front bench, that they will take it in the positive spirit, but in that direction. The scale of the challenge is enormous. We need five-fold the current electricity generating capacity in order to decarbonise our economy. That's ignoring any increase in GDP during this period. The UK is also trying to do this in a globally competitive environment, as we've just heard from the shadow spokesman opposite. This is a time in which the international investors, whether they're state-owned electricity companies or financial investors, are looking for the markets where they can invest and want to invest in energy generation, which provides them with the quickest route to completion of the deal. Whatever kind of the deal that is. And one of the big challenges which this bill seeks to resolve is removing some of the barriers to implementation and reducing some of the risks. And that's where I think it has a great deal to offer. The key is to provide confidence to the international community and the domestic supply chain that this country knows where it's going, we're going to facilitate the way to get there, and we're going to do it quickly. Three quick points, if I may, in my 6 minutes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nuclear. The UK has allowed our existing nuclear fleet to age without taking the necessary decisions under previous administrations, yes, but so the Labour Party were completely incapable of taking a decision about nuclear, and frankly in coalition the Lib Dems were no better. They applied the brakes. So I welcome the fact that it is this government that has made the difficult decisions to start the process of renewal of our nuclear fleet, and I welcome what the Secretary of State has said today regarding the competition launched to identify 2 projects by November from a design perspective. But I do urge the Secretary of State and his nuclear minister, who's very welcome in his place, that the UK takes advantage of this opportunity to recover our leading position in nuclear technologies by giving some clarity to what happens after the design competition has made its determinations. We need to maintain development of novel technological solutions so that the UK once again becomes a nuclear energy hub of expertise. Secondly, I have written on the subject of solar power to the Secretary of State last week, and we have launched, in connection with that, an inquiry through the EAC into the grid, which is, as already been said by others, not in a fit state to be able to cope with this massive electrification of the economy. So I'm encouraging external observers and commentators to provide evidence to our inquiry into enabling the sustainable electrification of the UK economy, which is going to be focused on the role of the national grid and reducing barriers to access. I mean, the right honourable member opposite was identifying some statistics. Today, if you want to attach an onshore solar farm to the grid in the UK, it takes you 13 years. The queue is that long. So that is, as one can imagine, something of a deterrent to anybody who's thinking about doing this. We have to cut that significantly, and planning is a big part to play in this, and cutting the time to provide consents while enabling communities to have their say is the Rubik's Cube challenge that this bill is seeking to address. Similarly, supply chains, ensuring that we have confidence to the supply chains to supply the capabilities that we wish to introduce to this country, and finance. Very briefly, as has already been said, finance is internationally mobile. The money is there to fund the projects, but only if those projects can be delivered. And finally, just a quick note on community energy. I should declare I'm a member of the Ludlow Hydro Cooperative, and it's a very good small-scale scheme providing electricity to the local communities. Their lordships have made some suggestions to encourage other such schemes, and I very much hope the Minister will look upon them favourably.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I must say, for once, I find myself in the unusual position of debating legislation that I'm actually not looking to reject out of hand, and I have to admit I broadly welcome most of the measures in this bill, particularly CCS and hydrogen models. Although that said, I do have to put in record my objection to all the comments that are made about nuclear there. Nuclear is the only energy technology that's got more expensive over the years rather than cheaper. So this talking about nuclear making our bills less expensive is just collective madness, and we need to move away from that. And the talk, Mr Deputy Speaker, about small modular reactors, the reality is there's not even a design approved for implementation yet for SMRs, so I don't know how they're going to judge this competition when we don't have an approved design for SMRs, and the one that's going through that process is still going to be at least another 18 months, as I understand it. Now, one more thing about this bill that I can't get my head round is the fact that the so-called revising chamber was deemed the place to bring forward this bill, which seems counterintuitive to me. But what I would say to the Secretary, if the Lords, another place, was the place that was deemed most appropriate to bring forward that legislation, then surely we're going to have trust in them with the 5 amendments that were brought into this bill, and will and should continue to keep these amendments within the bill. And just for the record, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do support the 5 Lords amendments. Now, firstly, the amendment preventing any new coal mines being opened by the Coal Authority or its successors makes sense if we're going to be serious about net zero. We can't have the hypocrisy of lecturing developing countries about the use of coal while considering extracting coal ourselves. We can't have the hypocrisy of Tory MPs decrying Germany for using coal while at the same time supporting the new Cumbrian coal mine. And we need to end the pretence of a zero-emission coal mine by ignoring the fact that embedded carbon in the coal that will be burned, that somehow ignore the emissions from the burn of the coal. And we need to end the hypocrisy of arguing for indigenous coal, for steel coke in the UK, when the coal is broadly not suitable for that, and 84% of that coal is going to be exported for burning elsewhere. Now, in terms of the amendment to ensure that meeting the UK's net zero targets becomes a specific part of Ofgem's general responsibilities, that's just plain common sense. We had a number of interventions supporting that, and it's actually part of the Skidmore Review recommendations. It's also been called for by wider industry, including Energy UK, Renewables UK, the Climate Change Committee, the National Infrastructure Commission, and groups such as the Green Alliance. But logically, you'd say if the government does object to Ofgem having a net zero mandate, then it sends a signal they're not actually serious about doing everything they can to meet net zero. And when is the government ever going to publish their long-delayed strategy and policy statement for Ofgem? For too long, it seems to me, the government likes to suggest that Ofgem should have responsibility for policy considerations whenever any awkward questions arise. But it's quite clear it's the responsibility of government to set policy decisions for Ofgem within the strategy and policy statement. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, for years now I've went on about the unfair transmission grid charging system. One that penalises Scottish sites where there is actually the best load factor and wind resource. Instead, as reconfirmed with the Green Alliance, the current system, overseen by Ofgem, favours electricity coming from Europe rather than wind farms built in the UK's windiest areas. And they've highlighted that on average EU electricity generators paid 16 times less in transmission charges to send their energy to England last year compared to actually bringing the energy down from Scotland. In its fair words, that Scottish generators are now at a significant disadvantage compared to sites in France, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Denmark and Norway. So what kind of perverse logic is this? But even worse is the reality that National Grid ESO confirmed that £4.6 billion was paid in constraint payments last year, mainly due to this lack of grid capacity between Scotland and England. So if ever there is an example of lack of strategy and forward thinking between the government and the regulator, then this is it. Paying wind farm developers to stop generating because of lack of grid capacity, while at the same time then paying fossil fuel generators to ramp up gas generation to meet the demand, or importing from the continent at the same time. It's actually madness, and these constraint payments could easily have covered the cost of grid upgrades. Now, as well as the need for grid build-out to facilitate renewable energy targets, the government needs to look and listen to industry when they're talking about if we're looking to deploy renewable energy, need to listen to industry about the pressures of inflation and how they're going to struggle to meet the strike rates that's been suggested for AR Round 5, and indeed some of the biggest developers that the Secretary mentioned are actually struggling to deliver their AR4 commitments. So we need to learn from what happened in the Spanish auction, which is a complete failure, and actually listen to industry and make sure that that doesn't happen as we try to deploy renewable energy as quick as possible. Now, there is a reality that the government's own offshore wind champion highlighted that the government is going to, even so, the government is going to be well short of their 2030 target of 50 gigawatt of offshore wind. And they need to look at revising the first-come, first-served ability to hold on to grid consents, which is a prize that companies hold on to. And we need to move away from that system and again allow access to the grid for companies that can deploy quickly. And Mr Deputy Speaker, while the government talks rightly about speeding up consent processes in England and Wales through the planning system, we need to make sure that Scotland is not left behind. Now, contact has been made to the Department from the Scottish Government, and I'm sure he understands that while Scottish ministers have responsibility for sign-off of planning consents for major infrastructure projects, the regulations themselves are reserved to Westminster under Section 36 of the 1989 Electricity Act, and we really do need to work together to get these regulations revised so that Scotland does not get left behind, and that we do have control of the planning consent process and can actually speed up that process as well. Now, several bodies, including Energy UK and the Climate Change Committee, have also called on the Government to apply a net zero test to all policy, regulatory spending and taxation decisions. And I'd support this as well, because we really need to move away from silo working and have a joined-up net zero policy right across all government departments. And I would suggest that the UK Government also should learn from the Scottish Government in terms of the setting up of a Just Transition Commission to have fairness and long-term job creation and transfer at the forefront of net zero, and I call on the UK Government once more to match the Scottish Government's £500 million Just Transition funding. Now, another Lord's amendment I support is that about community energy, and as a co-sponsor of the local electricity bill, it makes sense that I do support the suggested change to provide a framework to support the growth of a community and smaller scale electricity export guarantee scheme. It's been supported by Community Energy Scotland, and overall 318 MPs now support the local electricity bill, including 125 backbench Conservative MPs, so more than enough to win a vote in this House. The concept is also supported by over 110 local authorities, including my own East Ayrshire Council, as well as over 80 national organisations. And Power for the People deserve the most credit for getting their campaign to this stage. It's estimated that community energy generation could grow between 12 and 20-fold in size over a decade. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, that could see up to 10% of electricity being generated by community-owned projects. And so if we do facilitate this, we're facilitating additional investment that provides returns for communities. Building better network resilience with these small schemes that are actually scattered across the grid. And of course that then is far better value for money than paying £70 billion or so for 2 large-scale nuclear power stations. And according to Power for the People, in 2021, community energy groups spent over £500,000 in energy efficiency upgrades, helping 21,000 people reduce their energy bills, and as well as that, nearly 60,000 individuals were also engaged in energy efficiency initiatives. So of course this means reducing future energy demand for the entire system, and it's quite clear that community schemes that reinvest returns is actually a virtuous circle. Now, past policy that was successful as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, was the feed-in tariff, which was successful about getting deployment of small-scale generation projects, particularly for small-scale hydro in Scotland. Now, the work, proven technology in hydro lasts for decades, so that's why we need some sort of price uncertainty for such generation going forward. Some form of export price guarantee which could reinvigorate hydro schemes around the 5 megawatt capacity as delivered by companies across the Scottish Highlands like the Green Highlands Company. It makes no sense for them to have reached maximum efficiency and expertise in terms of designers and contracts, then to have the plug pulled completely from under the feet and that expertise possibly getting lost going forward. And while we talk about route to market, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to put on record again the plea that we find a way forward for pump storage hydro. I was very disappointed that the Network Minister in front of the Scottish Parliament Committee said this won't happen any time soon. This is technology that can be deployed right now, it can be deployed fast, it's proven technology, and we really should be moving forward on it. Now, turning to energy efficiency, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary once again was boasting that properties rated EPC or above have increased from 14% of stock to 47% since 2010. So yes, that is progress, but it's progress based on addressing the easiest homes first. And clearly, if they've only addressed 33% of stock in 13 years, it means quite clearly they're never going to meet their target for completing the rest of the 3% by the 2035 target. Yeah, I'm happy to give way.
On that issue, thanks very much. Just on the issue of energy efficiency that my honourable friends are mentioning, is he as concerned as I am that there was no mention of strengthening minimum energy efficiency standards in the bill, but there were measures to create powers for the Secretary of State to remove European performance of buildings regulation in the UK. Is he as concerned as I am about that?
I certainly share the concerns from my honourable friend, and it looks like this is another possible Brexit dividend in reverse, where we could end up falling behind European counterparts, because these regulations have helped drive forward standards in the UK. Now, if we return to the Government's efforts to upgrade stock and meet the 2035 target, we have to bear in mind that right now, as house building continues, new housing isn't being built to the correct energy efficiency standards. So as time goes on at the moment, they're actually always increasing the number of retrofits that are required for the future. So that is completely illogical and needs addressed as soon as possible as well. And then, in terms of slippage of targets, simultaneously we're now finding that under the Eco4 scheme, energy companies are finding it really difficult to find homes that meet the criteria required for Eco4 upgrades, and they're struggling to hit targets. And it's quite clear the Government's going to have to revise costing proposals for this, or Eco4 is going to collapse completely. And of course that means the supply chain moves on and moves elsewhere, and it's hard to recover that progress. So I really urge the Secretary to have a rethink on that. And Mr Deputy Speaker, without action in housing and buildings, there is no plausible path to achieving the 5th carbon budget or meeting the 2030 statutory fuel poverty target. The reality is, right now we have about 7 million homes that are classed as being in fuel poverty. This is why energy efficiency does require a much greater urgency, especially also in the private rented sector. And on fuel poverty, now really is the time for a proper, fair social tariff. And I would certainly be happy to support amendments in this area at committee stage. Now, if I turn to hydrogen production, There is no doubt hydrogen production is needed as part of the net zero pathway. It can provide fuels for shipping, for aviation, for HCVs, for example. Hydrogen is going to be vital for decarbonising some energy-intensive industries. However, there is now a growing cost reality that is extremely unlikely that hydrogen will be part of a large-scale domestic heat and switchover. Now, I have previously supported the H100 hydrogen trial in Fife, and I want to see that come to a conclusion. We need to have evidence-based, but more and more the reality is it does look too costly, and hydrogen is unlikely to be that solution. The low-carbon expert Jan Rosenau, who was a special advisor to the Bees Committee when we looked at heat decarbonisation, has identified and looked at 36 independent studies that do not predict or foresee any large-scale use of hydrogen for heating. And as for hydrogen blending, again I can see the arguments and the benefits of that as an interim measure to reduce the use of methane gas in our heating system. But again, more than 20 organisations have written to the Energy Secretary outlining that they believe it will be too expensive and it's just another burden on bill payers. Also, we need clarity in what the hydrogen levy is going to look like. Now, we know the government was wanting to put it onto bill payers. What would that anticipated cost be to consumers? How can an additional levy in bills be justified at this juncture? And we look at France and Germany, who are investing heavily directly into hydrogen development, and we've got the Inflation Reduction Act in the States. The actual levy proposal that the government had means the UK government will just fall further behind. Now, another aspect I've got concerns about, and I did raise this to the Secretary, is the fact that it does look like there's a clause in the bill that could allow forcible disconnection from the gas network to facilitate these hydrogen trials. It's really important we do not go down the route of forcing people to disconnect, because that is no way to get the public on side. And Mr Deputy Speaker, if we look at lack of joined-up thinking with the government again, the government have said they've got aspirations of hydrogen blending, but yet the current health and safety regulations have a maximum limit of 2% of hydrogen being allowed to be blended in the system. At the moment, there's no proposals to actually change that legislation. So again, the government's own targets can't actually be met because we've got other legislation that needs to be changed to make that happen. If I turn to carbon capture and storage, of course, I do welcome the enabling legislation for the licensing and funding models, which, to be fair, is long overdue. But it's quite clear, although this is enabling legislation, there's no definitive models proposed yet. There's also no clear funding pathways. We've got the £20 billion pledge a year from 2028, but there's no corresponding budget line for that. It's actually at the behest of a future government. And this government always tells you can't bind the hands of a successor government. So how they can guarantee this £20 billion a year a pledge is clearly at odds with what they say about binding future governments. And in the here and now, we still don't have certainty over the Track 2 timeline. So I'm asking the Secretary once again, when's Acorn going to get the backing it deserves? The Scottish Government's 2030 targets cannot be met without this, and without further CCS clusters, the UK will miss their own 2030 targets as well. And it's no surprise that the CCS Association has written to the Secretary outlining their concerns. And just to come to a conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, to turn to devolution, the bill is littered with the following comments. The Secretary of State must consult the Scottish Ministers if the regulations contain provision that would be within the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament if it were contained in an Act of that Parliament. The requirement only to consult is frankly not good enough. The UK Government should be seeking to work with and obtain permission of the Scottish Government where it's a devolved competency as an absolute minimum. This is another example of a power grab because it's there in the bill instead of collegiate working. So I really ask the Secretary to think again this because it's outrageous that 29 clauses have this wording. And that's a direct opposite of what I was saying earlier on about the need to revise Section 36 of the 1989 Act to ensure that Scottish Government or Scottish Parliament has got full competency in terms of planning, which should be a devolved matter. So these matters need addressed going forward. There's many matters that need addressed in a strategic overview, and certainly I'll be happy to work with the Government and also be bringing forward amendments at committee stage.
Yeah.
6 minutes, Chris Skidmore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to draw the House's attention to my members' register of interests. Can I first welcome the bill and state that I hope that all parties will recognise this as an important and much-needed piece of legislation that I hope that we can find consensus to support tonight. Many across the energy sector have waited too long for the provisions in this bill, and we cannot afford any further delay. And it's to this issue of delay that I wish to speak today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As the former Energy Minister who signed Net Zero into law, and most recently, as has been noted, chaired the independent review on Net Zero, I believe the greatest threat to our future ambition to deliver on Net Zero is the endemic and systemic delay to creating the capacity and capability needed to decarbonise our energy systems. We simply cannot will the means, expecting, because we say we will deliver, that Net Zero will happen. It will not, unless we address the fundamental challenges around grid, infrastructure, storage and capacity. We will not get there. The Net Zero review set out how the government can tackle these delays and implement its climate commitments, both by taking action now, and the bill is a huge opportunity to achieve this, but also by providing the certainty, the clarity, the consistency and continuity of long-term policy direction that is needed to unlock future private inward investment. And we can provide certainty in this place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by working across parties to build on the long-term political consensus for Net Zero. Indeed, the Climate Change Act, led by the Honourable Member of Doncaster back in 2008, has been held up globally as a model for what stable political action on climate change can deliver. But back then, it was the Conservative Party in opposition that pushed the then Labour government to go further, to be more ambitious in its climate leadership and to offer its own support for raising that ambition on emissions reduction. And thanks to those actions taken then by both parties across all divides in the House, the UK is a global leader in the G7, having reduced its emissions further than any other industrialised nation. And we can do the same now. While many provisions in the bill are welcome, we can once again, with cross-party support across this House, go further faster and to raise our ambitions. The Lord's amendments that have been added into the bill are all welcome additions. Indeed, many of these were recommendations in the Net Zero review. I will therefore be supporting their continued inclusion, and if needed, will be seeking to retable many of these amendments. I will also be seeking to work across the House as chair of the All-Party Group on the Environment to table additional amendments that I believe are realistic and achievable, but will help the government meet both the needs of the energy sector and also the government's own legal net zero commitments. And it's in that spirit of cross-party consensus that I believe it's our duty as legislators to make this bill not only the best it can be, but to ensure that we do not delay any further the reforms that are needed to make our regulatory and planning systems that are holding net zero back fit for a net zero purpose. This opportunity for reform of our energy system will not come again in this Parliament. And for myself, as someone whose constituency is being abolished, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the next general election, who is standing down, the opportunity will perhaps never come again. So I hope that the Minister and the Government will recognise that I stand here tonight and through the passage of this bill to be helpful, though they may not feel like it is being helpful, and to raise that ambition that we can achieve if this bill is amended. And while they may not thank me today, in time, looking back, I hope that the Minister and the Government will understand that I and others who seek to improve this bill had no choice, for there is no time left in which to act. Thank you.
Very much. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Kingswood. I agree with every single word that he spoke to the House, because if we don't work together on this, we really will be failing our constituents. Now, this is a big and a very important and a complex bill, and I support it. But the test that we should apply to it is actually very simple. Will it give us the tools that we need to achieve any energy security in a net zero future? Because the truth is, and the right honourable gentleman has just said it, we know exactly what needs to be done. We now need to get on and make it happen. Now, some of the policy changes have turned out to be quite simple. The decision to say that after 2030 you can't sell any more petrol or diesel cars has been brilliantly effective, because it has led to a huge increase in innovation and new electric models coming onto the market. But other areas are much more complex, and it is about the transition in home heating that I want to address my remarks this evening, because it is intensely personal to all of our constituents and indeed to all of us. We have 23 million homes in the country that are dependent currently on gas for their heating, and we know that's going to have to change, because the point will eventually come where there won't be any more natural gas coming through the pipe. So the question is, the policy question is, what's going to replace those? Is it going to be electric heating in the form of heat pumps or electric boilers? Is it going to be district heating? Is it going to be, for some consumers, changing from natural gas to hydrogen?
On that point?
Yes, I will give way.
Can I just express my support for what the Honourable Gentleman is saying, and encourage him with another option, which when it comes to technology we should be considering, and government should be considering, is hydro-treated vegetable oil and HVO. We have it, a depot in my constituency in Carryduff. We have the National Trust property in Portaferry that uses it. We have properties in Malyle that use it. It's a proven option. And does the Honourable Gentleman feel that maybe government needs to widen the net to what they think would be right and use that as a possibility?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, because, as I shall say a little later on, I think we're going to need all of the technologies that we have currently and have yet to be invented in order to meet this challenge. And of course, the advantage of heat pumps is they're extremely efficient, provided the electricity comes from renewable sources, and all our electricity will come from renewable sources in the not too distant future. They are genuinely zero carbon. They work very well in some houses, but they don't work in others. If I think of a row of 40 back-to-back houses in my constituency, the doors open onto the street, where exactly are you going to put a heat pump? Well, you're not. The same is true in terms of zero carbon of hydrogen. When you burn it, it's zero carbon. But for that really to work, it has to have been made by electrolysis using renewable electricity, so-called green hydrogen. There are other ways of producing hydrogen. Blue question, can you truly capture the CO2 and hold it through carbon capture and storage? Now, the other advantage of hydrogen is boiler out, boiler in. You don't have to change anything else. But there are practical issues referred to by the Secretary of State when it comes to safety and operation, which the gas companies are working on, although it's worth remembering 50% of coal gas was hydrogen. So many of us have lived through the burning of a fuel that was 50% hydrogen, but it will only succeed in some cases as a long-term replacement if we can produce enough of the green hydrogen quickly enough. That requires a huge increase in renewable electricity, because the disadvantage of hydrogen, or green hydrogen, is it's not very energy efficient when you produce it. It's really 3 units in to get 1 unit of heat out. Although at the moment we pay turbine operators to turn off their turbines when the grid can't take the electricity they would otherwise produce. Well, it's kind of obvious, but why don't we turn them back on again at that moment to produce green hydrogen and store it? And as I said to the honourable gentleman who intervened, I think we'll need all of the technologies in all of the sizes and all of the colours to succeed. I don't think it's the government's job to pick one of them and say it's this or it's that. The government's job is to encourage all of them. Where, however, I think the government has got a responsibility is in clarifying very quickly how plans to decarbonise home heating in particular places are going to be pulled together. Because with great respect to the new government department, it's not going to come up with a plan for City of Leeds, 800,000 people. And the sooner it's clear how the local authority, working with Ofgem, the energy company, and others, is going to decide what are the appropriate technologies in which places to make the transition, the better. The final point I wanted to raise was the important question of who's going to pay for this change. And it's a point my right honourable friend made in his excellent speech from the front bench. We can't have a transition to net zero in which some people end up paying, or having to pay, or being asked to pay, huge costs. Now, we all have constituents who can barely pay the gas bill at the moment, don't we? So to ask them, for example, to pay for the cost of a heat pump, even with the 90,000 grants that the government is offering, well, 90,000 grants is not going to get us to convert 23 million homes. We are frankly way off the pace when it comes to home heating at the moment. And what that means is when the gas boiler of today dies, what the homeowner or the social landlord or the landlord will do is they're going to put in another gas boiler because it's cheaper currently than a heat pump. And the point I want to make is that getting to net zero has to be done in a way that is fair for people in their own homes, in their lives, the work that they do. And we cannot lumber people with costs that they simply cannot afford, because if we seek to do that, then the conversion of those 23 million homes is simply not going to happen. And that's why here and in many other respects, we need more clarity and more speed. And I hope that by the time the bill has completed its passage through this House, it will emerge even better equipped with all of the tools we need to do the whole job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for Leeds Central. And I agree with a lot of what he said. In particular, his focus on affordability for the people that we represent in this House. And I will make sure that my remarks address that point. The first thing that we all have to remember is that we are all on the same side. We're all on the same side in this bill. There is huge cross-party support with what we are trying to do. And to be more precise, what we know is that for a cleaner, more renewable, cheaper energy system, cheaper to the people that we represent, we need to electrify as much as we can, and electrify as much as we can, and produce that electricity with as much green energy as possible. And indeed, that does include nuclear power to make sure that we have that base load there. But I wanted to talk a little bit about cost, because too much of this debate, until the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech, has not really looked at the fact that unless our constituents can pay their bills, unless businesses can afford to run their businesses in an affordable way, not only do we not have a thriving economy, but we do not have a thriving society. So in order to reduce those costs, we know over the long term what we need to do, but we are in a transition. And I will repeat some of the points that I made intervening on the Shadow Secretary of State, particularly in relation to gas, because we all support moving to a net zero future. But in the transition to that point, we are going to need, and this bill, I think, needs to do more in this regard, even more than it already does, to expand gas storage capacity in this country, to actually expand our refining capacity in oil as well. Why? Not because I want to burn fossil fuels, but because in the transition, as we get to the place that we know we need to get to, and we can argue about how best we achieve that, if our constituents see their bills going through the roof, the support for the net zero agenda will plummet. So what I am concerned about is making sure that as we go through this transition, we keep the bills down for our constituents, at the same time as making the investments that we need to make for the longer term. Other members of the House have brought up the fact of the need to invest in our grid. I think it was the Right Honourable Member for Kingswood who said, It's ridiculous if you've got over a decade if you're trying to plug in new renewable energy into our grid system. What I'd like more clarity on from the Minister and indeed the government as we go through this is how the measures here practically will increase the investment in the grid, the speed with which that will happen, because we really don't have forever to wait, because all of us will hear examples either from our own constituencies or elsewhere of that huge delay. And all of our strategies, all of our policies do not mean anything unless we can get them plugged into the grid. So I think that that is something that requires real urgency, and I look forward to the government explaining further in that regard. And two further points. The first is EPC standards. It's a small thing on some level, but actually it really matters. Because anybody who owns a home, who wants to do the right thing, who can afford to make those investments to make their home more energy efficient and indeed to reduce the cost of their bills, and why shouldn't they invest to reduce the cost of their own bills? The EPC as we currently have is not fit for purpose. We all know that. And so I'd like more clarity on how we're going to improve that. And to clarify, an updated EPC, is that going to be focused on the environmental aspect or the bills aspect or both, and how that will come up? Because I think that unless we can do that, businesses and individuals and communities around the country will not know what they need to do, the investments they need to make, and when, in order to reduce the cost of their energy and to reduce the cost on our climate. And the final point I wanted to make was about this Independent Systems Operator and Planner, ISOP. I don't want to bore the House, but I do think the detail in this regard is important. Because, and I mentioned it to the Secretary of State I intervened on him in his speech. In clause 123, parts 1 and 2, it explains that the ISOP must have regard to the strategic policy statement issued by the government, and then the second clause then says, well, if it can't achieve a policy aim, then what it should do is explain why and how. I actually think we need to beef this up. We need to explain more precisely that when the strategic policy statement is made by government, ISOP will be a delivery mechanism, nothing more. Because what I fear, this is not the intention of the government, nor indeed anybody in this House, what I fear is, unless we can make that clearer, we end up with a potential outcome whereby Ofgem is maybe doing one thing, ISOP is thinking it's doing something slightly different, and the government's strategic intention is something different again. And I think that that is something that we should look at in committee stage. I should have said I should draw the House's attention to my spot on the Register of Interest as chair of the Regulatory Reform Group in that regard. But overall, I support the bill. It's a good bill, and I'm very glad we have cross-party support on it.
Neil Griffiths.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I do welcome the bill, but I have to say that I'm extremely disappointed with the government's paltry efforts on energy to date. It's now a year since the horrific invasion of Ukraine by President Putin, which should have been a brutal wake-up call. Not only do we need accelerated investment in renewables because of the extreme urgency of tackling the climate emergency and ensuring that we reduce our carbon emissions, but Putin's invasion reminded us of the strategic importance of energy security. We have plentiful natural resources and we can provide ourselves with energy security with wide-ranging investment in renewables. And then there is cost. Renewables, particularly onshore wind, are now proving their cost-effectiveness. So whether it's tackling the climate crisis, energy security or price, the government should be making investment in renewables an absolute top priority. And in spite of their own department's document citing onshore wind as one of the cheapest and easiest forms of electricity generation, they're still being mealy-mouthed about lifting the ban on onshore wind in England. This bill should include a clear lifting of the ban on onshore wind in England. We know that business needs certainty in order to invest, and there is a missed opportunity here to give the onshore wind business that certainty. Now, it's an absolutely crucial time for industry more widely to be investing in green technologies of the future. Many industries like steel and manufacturing face huge transition costs to reach net zero, and they will be making unprecedented investments in new methods of production and new production lines. They will be looking very carefully at which countries offer them the best deal for them to site their production lines of the future. So not only is it essential that the government respond to the game-changing US Inflation Reduction Act and similar moves by the EU,
And why they're dragging their feet, I really do not know, when industry is crying out for information, and it will simply go elsewhere if they do not get it. But the government also need to address energy costs. Time and time again, not just our energy-intensive industries, but whole swathes of manufacturing cite high energy costs as a massive disincentive to continuing their operations in the UK. This is absolutely absurd. In fact, it would be laughable if it were not so tragic that we have so much potential for cheap energy, and yet we offer industry sky-high prices. The government needs to give industry long-term certainty on cheap, competitive energy prices if we're to have any hope of new production lines being sited here and providing the valuable green jobs of the future. Make no mistake, if we do not get certainty on consistent cheap energy prices, then we will lose their vital investment in the new production lines with massive job losses. Now, whilst our competitor countries have major state-owned companies pushing forward with renewables, the UK government shies away from any such idea. Such a company can really accelerate the investment in renewables. The Welsh Government is just now establishing one such company, and a future UK government would establish a GB Energy company to do likewise. But of course, it's not just industry which is desperate for cheap energy. Householders have been staggered by the price rises they've seen in energy this winter, and even when they make very determined efforts to cut down on the number of units they use, they're still stung by rocketing standing charges, which they can see no good reason for. And then, of course, it seems completely perverse that the price of electricity produced by cheap renewable generation is linked to the price of gas. This urgently needs reform, and yet again, this bill is a missed opportunity to tackle this problem. Nor is the government doing anything to close the windfall tax loophole, which allows oil and gas companies to continue to rack up enormous profits, whilst householders struggle in cold and often damp houses. Which, of course, brings me to that other great failure, the failure of this government to invest effectively in home insulation, which, if actively pursued by the government in the past, could have reduced energy bills for millions of householders by now. It's also high time the government resolve the problems of lack of capacity of the national grid, with difficulties and delays in connection. It's vital that we have an effective grid to get energy from where it's generated to the areas of population and industry where it's needed. Not long ago, we witnessed the fiasco of electricity generated in Scotland failing to reach consumers in England because of the current lack of grid capacity. But it's not enough to catch up with the present. I know that the Climate Change Minister in Welsh Government, Julie James MS, has flagged up the huge quantities of electricity that will be generated by offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. She's raised with the UK Government the vital work needed to increase the grid capacity to transmit this energy to where it's needed right across the UK. So I'd be grateful for categoric assurances from the Minister that increasing grid capacity will be an absolute priority. Now, community energy schemes can bring great benefit to local communities. So will the Minister also, in the wind-up, commit to retaining the amendments to help encourage such community energy schemes? I would urge the Government also to retain the other amendments made in the other place, and also to support our amendments to deal with grid delays, to expand home energy efficiency measures, to ban fracking, as indeed we've already done in Wales, and to lift the ban on onshore wind in England, all of which would make for a better bill. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Very much. George Eustace.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a very large and technical bill, but which sets in place very important frameworks, particularly when it comes to carbon capture and storage, to the wider deployment of hydrogen and also heat networks as well. But I wanted today, in the time I have, to address my comments to Part 3 of the bill, and in particular the support for low-carbon heating schemes and the opportunity that this provides for doing something creative for the off-gas grid homes in this country. And it links to the intervention from the Honourable Member for Strangford earlier, and of course a private member's bill that I introduced at the beginning of this year. Because at the moment we have 1.7 million homes in this country that are currently off the gas grid. Most of those use kerosene at the moment. And under the current government plan, which is born out of a strategy that dates all the way back to 2017, and that's several governments ago, I might point out. But under the current plan, the intention is that all those 1.7 million homes would be banned from having a replacement boiler after 2026, and told that instead they must have effectively either an air source heat pump or a ground source heat pump. And as the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central said, there is a role for those heat pumps, but they're not for every home. And in particular in rural areas, air source heat pumps, particularly if it's coastal areas, can be prone to rusting and decay. It's also the case that they need a lot of insulation to make them work. And in some older homes, high levels of insulation means less ventilation, and that can lead to problems with damp and mould and all of the health problems that go with that. Perhaps more important than anything, the capital cost of these air source or ground source heat pumps for a single property is around 4 times that of a conventional boiler. I will give it, yes.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend, and he touches on a point I was going to raise later, but he can pick it up in that. My concern of the banning of gas boilers from 2024 for industry and the impact that's going to have on farming relating to those costs. Farming's under a lot of pressure at the moment. Does he agree with me that, again, it's on a similar vein to the argument he's making about households in 26?
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, and as the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central said, we need to have a diversity of different technologies because we're going to need all the tools in the box to get to the objectives that we had. There's a wider problem as well with the current government strategy, and that is what we can envisage really happening is just before 2026, plumbers and boiler engineers across the land going out to people saying, if I were you, I'd get a new boiler now because the drawbridge is about to come up. So we'll probably have a surge of investment in boilers at just the wrong time. And then on top of that, there's likely to be a mend and make do approach that will stretch for many years. And all of this means that the objective of making carbon reductions and getting not just to net zero, but to our objectives under Carbon Budget 5 don't get closer. They potentially get further away. Now, the good news, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that there is a better way. In recent years, the technology around renewable liquid fuels has developed, and the supply of that fuel has also developed. And there's a great opportunity if we were to use renewable liquid fuels like hydro-treated vegetable oil to get an 88% reduction in our carbon emissions, but far faster than the current government strategy. It could get you 88% reduction by Carbon Budget 5, simply by having an adaptation of those existing boilers. And Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a pilot in my own constituency that has been testing hydro-treated vegetable oil. Residents who've used it report that it burns more efficiently. Some say that the use of the fuel is around 30% lower than with kerosene. The church hall like it because they need intermittent heat and they can switch it on without having a heat pump running continuously, wasting all of that energy. The school like it because it works for the Victorian building that they have. So there is a huge amount to be said for opening the door to the deployment of these renewable liquid fuels. And of course the government already really recognises this because we have the Renewable Transport Fuel Obligation introduced in 2007, which creates an incentive scheme to require both importers and refiners of fuel to source some of that from renewable sources like hydro-treated vegetable oil. And this bill's an opportunity to basically extend the architecture of the RTFO that we have in transport, a long-standing scheme, and to extend it to domestic boilers as well so that we can have that particular incentive. Now, I know that there are arguments that come from officials in the department that say you can't be certain that HVO is from renewable sources. I don't really accept that. There is a British standard, an accreditation scheme for HVO that comes from renewable sources, and it would be very easy for the government, through regulations, to insist that only British Standard certified HVO would be allowed for this purpose. And they've also raised questions about the supply of renewable HVO, but we're seeing an exponential rise in supply both from the United States and from the European Union, and potential to develop it here in this country as well. So I very much hope that the government will look favourably on amending this bill. The key clause would be around clause 104 of part 3 of the bill, It's preferable if the government comes forward with their own amendment just to open the door to this, to give respite to those 1.7 million homes in rural locations. But if the government doesn't, and I should say I will be seeking, if I have the support of the House, to try to amend this bill in that way. My private member's bill attracted huge support, not just from benches here on this side of the House, but from parties right across on all sides of the House. And I really think this is something that the government should consider.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Edwards.
Diolch, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this second reading debate and to follow the honourable gentleman. Energy policy has been at the forefront of the political debate in the UK for many years as policymakers grapple with the challenges humankind faces with climate change. However, the war in Ukraine and the subsequent huge increases in energy prices over the last year has brought an immediacy to the debate, not only from an environmental point of view but from a social policy point of view as well. And there seems to be general political consensus around the need to decarbonise the UK's energy system and the requirement to vastly increase domestic clean energy generation. There are, of course, differences around the speed of the transition and what technologies to prioritise. Many consider the bill, therefore, to be too timid in its approach, believe the UK government should be prioritising renewables over nuclear and should be using the bill to make a meaningful push on home energy efficiency. I will also be supporting clauses 272 and 273 inserted in the other place promoting local electricity production as the bill proceeds through its stages in this House. From a Welsh perspective, I would normally use a debate such as this to ask a question: how does a country such as mine, which is a net exporter of electricity, a superpower in terms of the percentage of electricity production generated for export, producing twice our domestic requirements, suffer from appallingly high levels of household fuel poverty? The latest Welsh Government estimates I have been able to find puts the figure at 45% of all Welsh households. However, as opposed to making broader political points, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this debate, I want to concentrate on two local issues which I have been dealing with on a constituency basis. One unmistakable fact facing us on our decarbonising journey is that there will be a requirement to increase electricity transmission and distribution infrastructure capacity significantly, be it infrastructure to transmit electricity from generation sites to the national grid, or infrastructure to distribute electricity to homes to meet the demands of domestic heating and charging the electric vehicles of the future. And the impact of this will be felt acutely in rural areas. In my own constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, Green Gen Cymru, a part of the Bute Energy Group, published proposals for a new 132,000 voltage double circuit overhead line supported on steel pylons between a substation on the yet-to-be-approved Nant Mythyl Energy Park in the Radnor Forest area in Powys and a new substation to be developed by National Grid on the existing 400,000 voltage transmission line near Llandafaelog at the southern end of my constituency. We are talking about around 60 miles of 27-metre high pylons from near the English border in mid-Wales through some of the most incredibly beautiful scenic landscapes in Wales. And considering the length of Wales, as you well know, Mr Deputy Speaker, is 130 miles, the scale of the project from a Welsh perspective is clear to all. And it will run right through the heart of the Carmarthen East and Dynevor constituency, following the route of the majestic Towy Valley. Now, Carmarthenshire is branded as the Garden of Wales, and the Towy Valley is its centrepiece. Yeah. We are blessed in Wales with some of the most incredibly beautiful places in the British Isles and beyond. The Towy Valley is one such area, designated a special area of conservation. Such is its scenic beauty, the UK Government has supported a levelling up bid by Carmarthenshire County Council to develop a cycling path between Carmarthen and Llandailo along a disused railway, which I hope one day will be extended to the top of the valley in Llandovery. The Towy Valley is home to some of Wales's most important historical sites: Llandovery, Dynevor, Dryslwyn and Carracennin castles, the Iron Age fort at Garn Goch, Paxton's Tower, the National Botanic Garden of Wales and Aberglasney Gardens, and Gelli Aur and Dynevor mansions. As Beth Davis from Llanwrda writes of the Towy area, it captures the soul of the heart and the mind, the beautiful valley. That's one of a kind. And if the current route continues to be favoured, then it appears to me that undergrounding is the only option that will be supported by the communities of the Towy Valley. Other countries are adopting this approach. In Denmark, all existing 150,000 and 132,000 voltage overhead cables are to be undergrounded by 2040. In the US, I'm given to understand that new electricity infrastructure is encouraged to be undergrounded along existing transport routes such as railways. Germany approved plans in 2015 to underground 1,000 kilometres of high-voltage cables in response to public opposition to new overhead cables. To achieve its ambition, Green Gen Cymru have applied to Ofgem for a licence as an independent distribution network operator. And I think it would be very helpful when Ofgem consider the application for a licence that it takes into the views of the local community before we move to planning stage. In relation to this particular project, planning powers are devolved to the Welsh Government. However, ministers will be aware that the current battle in the Towy Valley will be replicated along the whole of the UK. Before I close, I just want to touch on changes to the boiler upgrade scheme, which has impacted on a company in my constituency. In February, Ofgem summarily removed certain biomass heating systems from their boiler upgrade scheme product eligibility list. This has left businesses which specialise in the supply and installation of renewable heating systems in rural areas in a very exposed position, unable to fulfil orders. Following concerns by the industry, and I would like to think an EDM by myself, some of the products were reinstated, but not the Clover Smart 120 and Smart 80, which my constituent believes is the best replacement option for range-style boilers often found in Welsh rural dwellings. So, although this doesn't apply directly to the bill, I would be grateful if the Minister would bear this in mind now that I've got his ear. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to focus my comments in the short time I have on vehicle propulsion, but I just want to draw on the comments from my right honourable friend for Campbell and Redruth and the right honourable gentleman for Leeds Central, that the costs that we pass on to the public have to be minimised, and I honestly hope that the Minister will take note and take away before the committee stage about the hydrogen levy. I think it's misguided and it's in the wrong place, and we have to take the public with us on this, and we can't keep just adding to the bills of people to try and make this work. So I hope the Minister takes that away. Mr Deputy Speaker, a lot's been said about energy security and trying to get off the situations we face with Russian gas and fossil fuels, etc. But I have a concern that we're actually moving to another area of, if you will, an energy dependence, another autocracy, dictatorship, which is China. I raised the point with the Secretary of State earlier, and he focused very much on uranium, and that wasn't what I was getting to. I was getting to the fact that China has sucked up the processing of a lot of the materials in the world that are needed to make renewable energy. If we just take some of these statistics which were put forward by Morgan Stanley, lithium refining, they do 59% in the world, cobalt refining 80%, nickel sulfate 69%, magnesium refining 95%, spherical graphite 100%, synthetic graphite 69%, battery cell production 70%, cathodes 78%, anodes 91%. And if I can just build on that, and this came from Merix, which is a German think tank, it says here, nickel processing in Indonesia. In 2014, Indonesia banned the export of unprocessed nickel, prompting a wave of Chinese investment seeking to secure battery materials. With China's help, Indonesia plans to boost its share of global nickel production from 28 to 60%. Already several multi-billion US dollars nickel-focused industry parts are sponsored by Chinese companies. Cobalt in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC is home to over half of the world's cobalt reserves and responsible for 2/3 of mined output production in 2020. Chinese companies control up to 70% of the Congolese mining portfolio. Mining contracts are under review by the DRC. The Lithium Triangle is a region around the borders of Argentina, Bolivia and Chile. It's all told around half of the world's lithium reserves. Between September and November 2021 alone, 4 separate Chinese companies announced acquisitions cumulatively worth $1.12 billion. Now, that's the reality we live in today, Mr Deputy Speaker, and a parallel can easily be drawn to what hostage to fortune you can be if an autocracy or dictatorship takes a direction that you're not happy with, as we've seen in terms of fossil fuels with Russia. So what do we do about it? Well, I think that what we have to do, and I think that the bill makes some put to this, is come up with another technology that can work alongside electric vehicles and electric battery. And I want to draw attention to that I don't feel that we're doing enough to put R&D into hydrogen combustion. There's a lot of research going in, and let me just quote I'm a big motorsport fan. I've been taking the magazine Autosport for over 30 years, and they had an engineering supplement on the 16th of March 2023. And our quote, "People think hydrogen infrastructure is complicated, and it doesn't have to be if you look at it in stages," reckons Cosworth's CEO, Hal Reisinger. His company, one of many, including Orica, to have invested in hydrogen test cells. Internal combustion engines can be very easily converted to hydrogen, put different injectors in, remap the ECU, and there's this entire infrastructure of engines that are available. It's much easier to establish a hydrogen infrastructure than electric infrastructure. And there are indeed great demands coming if we want to achieve the number of electric vehicles that are to be in place. Just by the government's estimates that the global demand for electric vehicle batteries materials are projected to increase between 6 to 13 times by 2040 under stated policy. World copper production has to double to be able to meet production policy, and yet there was a report only last week that not enough new mines are being exploited to reach the current copper production level. Now, hydrogen combustion does have its issues. The compression of the hydrogen fuel has to be 700 bar. It's how we manufacture it. It's how we store it. It does, if you get the technology wrong, produce dangerous levels of nitrogen oxide, and that will also have to be addressed. And of course, there is the weight to it. But my argument, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that knowing that there is an alternative which technically can work, and other companies, and JCB I know have done a lot of research into this, that I would urge the Minister that when we're looking at development budgets, that we can actually start to put some of that in there. Maybe refocus of the Automotive Transformation Fund, the ATF, which perhaps has been too focused in the electric vehicle area and maybe needs to look at other areas, because there is a geopolitical and geostrategic effect that is happening after some of these policies have been written, and we must be able to adapt to move along. Everybody in here wants to move towards a net zero society, but if we don't do it in a way that is sustainable and takes the public with us, then we will find that harder and harder to do, as indeed my right honourable friend for Campbell and Redruth outlined in perhaps future buying gas boilers, etc., and actually making that situation worse. So recognising that there could be supply issues with the rare earth elements that are needed, and it could be hostage fortune to countries like China, and I urge my honourable friend the Minister to look into how the government can also help companies research and develop hydrogen combustion.
Mike Gainsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Elmer and Rothwell. I rise, like many across this chamber, particularly on this side, to call for a more robust response to the climate emergency. I mean, my definition of emergency, I'm pretty confident most people in this room will, it's something around getting a move on, doing things at pace and at speed. And of course, it's some considerable time since Parliament declared that climate emergency now, and yet the track record of the current government at times is woeful. However, said that, I do, like others, welcome the second reading of this bill in this place today. I certainly would like to see, as mentioned by the Shadow Secretary of State and others across this side of the House, more of a focus on clean energy, with our ambitions to power up the UK with clean energy by 2030, and that does mean an end to the ban on onshore wind. It does mean an effective ban on fracking. It means turbocharging solar and ensuring we could connect some great projects, including my constituency up and down the country, to the grid, and of course tidal on one of the very rivers and estuaries in my patch, the River Mersey. My focus for the rest of this speech is going to be on the proposals for hydrogen and a hydrogen levy, adding to already astronomical expensive bills for consumers not only in my constituency but up and down Britain. It's a wrong solution at the wrong time. That levy is yet another subsidy for the fossil fuel industry, that actually for a technology that won't work for domestic use. My honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere Port and Nesting, will expand upon this in terms of one of the trials in Whitby. And I can assure the minister sitting across from me now that it's not going very well indeed. He'll expand on the reality of that. In my immediate constituency and the surrounding areas in the constituency, I've got high energy intensive industries such as Ineos, Iniven, got Stanlow just up the road. I've got Tata Chemicals. Hydrogen can provide a solution in terms of decarbonisation to do that at speed, and I understand, and I see that recognised in the bill. But I'm fundamentally opposed to hydrogen for use in domestic premises. The evidence is crystal clear. This isn't one based on emotion, but scientific evidence. I mean, a major peer review of 32 independent scientific studies found that none of the pilots, none of the research supported widespread use of hydrogen for domestic heating. Indeed, a company in Daresbury, based at Cytec Daresbury, called MCS, has certainly expressed their concern based on evidence as well. The Select Committee concluded the same, and indeed the use for domestic hydrogen for domestic use would mean 70 to 80% more on consumer bills if you look at current gas-based consumer bills. And it could result in 45% more importation of gas, and surely we should be moving away from that. Look, the focus must be investment in heat pumps, air and ground for domestic use, undoubtedly. And that provides energy at less than half the cost of what we currently see in the market. In concluding, I'm calling on all parliamentarians to make that informed choice based on evidence around domestic use of hydrogen and support the amendments to remove that from the current bill. Thank you.
Chris Grayling.
Wow.
Chris Grayling.
Wow.
It's Chris Grayling.
Chris Grayling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, welcome to the chair. A pleasure to follow the member for Weaver Vale. I have to say I have a different view to him on this. So first of all, it is worth remembering this country has reduced its emissions from carbon very substantially over the past decade, in fact twice as fast as the European Union has achieved. So it is worth remembering that when we say we're not making progress. There's a lot to do, an awful lot to do, as we've heard today, and I don't think that we can rule out any options, and to legislate against a particular technology does not seem to me to be where a government should be. We have to be technology neutral. Frankly, we're going to need all of these options if we're going to get to net zero. We can't simply rule out one, rule out the other, and we'll have houses heated in one way and houses heated in another way. We can't simply take a decision in this House to blanket refuse a particular approach. And there are things we should be encouraging. I mean, I don't frankly see why we don't put in place pretty robust rules to say that we should build solar into every new building, every new commercial building in particular. Because there are things we can do that don't close options but do take us a step down the road. So I think there are measures like that that the government should be taking. That probably falls into the DLUC pot rather than the Minister's Department, but things like that we should be doing. But I want to focus particularly in my remarks tonight on an area of energy that hasn't yet been touched upon, only briefly in one intervention, and that is the whole issue of aviation fuel. If we are going to achieve net zero, we need an aviation industry that also moves rapidly towards net zero. And it is not an easy task. It is a particularly difficult task for the aviation sector because the technology is not there yet to make significant progress in this direction. But it's getting there, and we have to do what we can to encourage it, because the aviation sector is hugely important to this country. And actually, both sides of this House have agreed in the past that its importance needs to be supported and protected. As particularly noted when we voted over the expansion of Heathrow Airport, and a vast majority of members of this House supported the industry on that night. And I think we have to continue to do so, whilst accepting that the industry has to transform itself. It can't simply stand outside the plans to deliver net zero. It has to change. And it will change insofar as we can currently see the technological routes in two different ways. First is hydrogen is going to play an important part in the future of the aviation industry. We already have the first short-haul, very short-haul 19-seater passenger planes being tested with hydrogen technology to power them. And that is a very positive step forward. There will be some electrification of aircraft, but only at the smallest end of the scale. But if you look at the way that technology is now developing, it is realistic to assume that by the middle of the 2030s, we will start to see short-haul passenger aircraft, your A320s, your A319s, powered by hydrogen, or their equivalents, their successors. But there is very little prospect anytime soon of long-haul aircraft being powered by hydrogen or electricity. And we're not going to abandon travel around the world. It would be disastrous if we did, economically and a whole variety of reasons. In conservation terms, if we took away long-haul aviation, we'd see serious damage done to conservation efforts around the world. So we are going to need what is called sustainable aviation fuel, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the benefit of that fuel is it can, to a significant degree, be produced from waste. And by waste, I don't mean just more bio-waste, I actually mean municipal waste. Some of the early projects to create sustainable aviation fuel have used municipal waste, black bin bag waste from people's homes. That is a huge opportunity for the future. But we have to support the development of that industry. We live in a world which is increasingly being shaped by what's happening in North America, the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act, a slightly strangely named piece of legislation if ever there was one, and what will now happen in the European Union as a result. I'm a free marketeer, I'm a strong free marketeer, but we can't ignore other countries taking a different path and simply allow important industries like the one that will emerge to produce sustainable aviation fuel to go elsewhere. We're going to have this anyway. The airlines are going to buy it, they're going to use it, they're going to fly to other countries, they're going to have sustainable aviation fuel to put in jets, so we're going to have to do the same. And we have a straightforward choice. Yes, I happily.
Thank you to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. It's a powerful speech, exactly right the issue we need to be focusing on. And as a former aviation minister and chair of the APPG myself, I know how vital the aviation industry sees this for its future. He touches on this absolute point that if we don't make SAF, we'll still be using SAF, it'll just be made elsewhere. So would he touch on some of the economic opportunities that exist for this country too? And we'll just simply lose them if we don't put into this technology now.
Comments. So he's an experienced former aviation minister. He has huge knowledge about this area. He is absolutely right. So this industry is going to happen. Indeed, it's already developing in a fledgling form around the world, and it will certainly happen in the United States, where a huge effort's being put into making it a reality. We have to have that industry here. There is no point seeing yet another industry develop around the world in this field of new technology and simply standing to one side and saying, well, other people can do it, we'll bring it in by tanker ourselves. That would be, I think, betrayal of our aviation industry and a betrayal of the industrial base of this country, and we must not let that happen. So what do we need to do? We need to get this technology up and running in the UK, this industry up and running in the UK. Frankly, what we've done in a whole variety of different areas, we need a contracts for difference scheme. And it's an attainable option. It's an option that's been done by government before. And I very much hope that this government, this department, in partnership with the Department of Transport and the Treasury, will take that road. But we haven't got that long to wait. This is something that's got to happen soon. We've got to put down a marker that says we're going in this direction, and we need to start doing the work on what a detailed scheme would look like. The aviation industry is sitting desperate for this to happen. And the Minister knows, other departments have been looking at this, the Department of Transport has, the Treasury has. This doesn't have to be done at the expense of hydrogen. And I know there are people who say, SAF doesn't really matter because we're going to do hydrogen. Actually, we need both. We need short-haul planes powered by hydrogen, and we need long-haul planes powered by SAF. That is the future of aviation. And so what I hope the Minister will be able to give comfort today, but also as this bill goes through, that the government as a whole will deliver this. But I would put down a marker that if we don't, by the time this bill gets to report, have some clear signpost that the government is going in this direction, I will table an amendment that will mandate the government to bring forward a contracts for different scheme in the next 12 months. And I will seek the consent of the House to that. And I know others who share my concerns on this side will support such an amendment. Now, I know I'm lobbing this at the Minister now, saying we need to get on with this, but can I ask him, over the next few weeks, as this goes through committee, as he discusses with ministerial colleagues the way forward for this bill, will he please seek to bring forward a firm commitment to a contracts for different scheme for South, so that we can deliver for this country an industry that is going to be vital for the future.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that honourable members want to demonstrate cross-party support for net zero, and yes, by and large, we do agree about decarbonisation, but very sadly, we do not agree about the speed of that process. Frankly, the UK has a responsibility to go so much further and faster than most other countries because we are disproportionately responsible for the cumulative emissions that are already in the atmosphere. We were the first country into the Industrial Revolution, the fossil fuel Industrial Revolution. That means we need to be the first country out of it. And I don't think there's enough urgency that I'm hearing from either side of the House this evening. Winning slowly when it comes to this issue is the same as losing. The bottom line is that there can be no new exploration for fossil fuels if we are serious about doing our fair share to avoid the worst of the climate crisis. UNEP's production gap report states very clearly, and I quote, "Governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Now, ministers often seek to justify new oil and gas developments in the North Sea in the name of energy security. But that is profoundly misleading. The majority of fossil fuel projects in the pipeline are for oil, not gas, which will do nothing to boost energy security, given that we currently export at least 80% of the oil we extract, because it's not even the type that is used in UK refineries. And this defence also, I think, exposes a real paucity of imagination and a failure to grasp what true energy security looks like. Because true energy security is about abundant and cheap renewables. It's about a flexible energy grid. It's about properly insulated homes, and it's about better storage. And I urge ministers to grasp this opportunity to genuinely transform the future of our energy system so that it works for people and planet. Yet what I think is most striking about this bill is its failure to wean ourselves off fossil fuels, the very thing which is choking our planet and driving high energy prices. So I would endorse the Lord's amendment on the prohibition of new coal mines in the other place. This amendment was simple in its drafting, but vital in its importance. The Minister will no doubt note that the amendment doesn't only cover coal for energy, but coal in its entirety, extending its reach to the newly approved Whitehaven coal mine. And so it should, because that stranded asset coal mine would produce vast amounts of climate emissions. It's neither wanted nor needed by the UK steel industry, and it's neither wanted in Europe either, because it's rapidly moving towards green steel. I urge the government to retain the amendment in the bill. We also need to go much further than that and reduce our wider reliance on all fossil fuels, not just coal. So as a first step, that must involve a review of the outdated and dangerous duty to maximise the economic recovery of petroleum from the North Sea. It is beyond imagination, really, that at this time of climate crisis, we still have on the statute book an obligation to maximise the economic recovery of oil and gas. So we need to move away from that. We also need to move away from the extraordinary position we have with the so-called windfall tax. Yes, I would.
Listening to our speech with great interest, and I just wanted to pick her up on one part of our speech, which is this moving away from maximising economic recovery. Does the Honourable Lady recognise and agree that we're already less than 50% dependent on our own domestic sources of oil and gas? And does she agree with the Climate Change Committee's assessment that our dependency on oil and gas will decline slower than our ability to replace that? And so we will become more dependent on imports. So what she's recommended is not going to stop our use of oil and gas. It's just going to make us more dependent on imports.
Well, I thank him for his intervention, but I totally disagree with it. The options before us is not to use homegrown fossil fuels versus imported fossil fuels. The choice before us is precisely, no it isn't, the choice before us is whether we continue to depend on fossil fuels or whether we shift to a green transition much, much faster. And I appreciate why that's so difficult for him to understand. Having listened to the Honourable Member who spoke before him, the Right Honourable Member for Epsom, I think, he was talking about aviation and the future of aviation, and I was struck that nowhere in his speech was there anything about demand management. You know, people are just looking for technical fixes the whole time without recognising that the bottom line is that there are climate limits to what we can do. And some climate limits, but some climate limits mean we need to change behaviour as well as depend on new technologies. I was about to talk about the windfall tax and the gaping hole in it, which allows corporations to claim £91.40 for every £100 invested if, perversity of perversities, if those same oil and gas companies use that money to reinvest in yet more oil and gas. This comes at a total cost to the taxpayer of nearly £11 billion. That is enough to give an inflation-matching pay rise to every NHS worker and teacher for a year. So instead, the North Sea Transition Authority should have a duty to help meet the UK's climate commitments and deliver a managed and orderly phase-down of UK petroleum. That must come, of course, with a requirement to support a just transition for oil and gas workers and communities, a clear pathway coupled with finance support to enable them to move into green jobs. But crucially, we need to see no new licences, and that also means that ministers must give up any idea of giving a green light to projects like Rosebank, the UK's largest undeveloped oil field, which alone would produce more emissions than 28 low-income countries combined. That would be the definition of recklessness. The Energy Bill aims to deliver a cleaner, more affordable and more secure energy system. That is a worthy aim. So I very much hope that the government will listen to honourable members on both sides of the House who've talked about introducing a new duty on Ofgem to abide by net zero requirements. That amendment in the other place had cross-party support. I can't see at all why the government would not want to make sure that we keep that there. The government has repeatedly said that it wishes to see more community energy generation, but that they object to amendments on the grounds that they constitute a subsidy. That is not the case. Rather, these amendments would give community energy schemes fair access to the market. If the government is serious about community energy, then it has to find a way to bring community energy to market, and that will be precisely by the kind of mechanism of fixing a price as we already do for contracts for difference. I urge the government to accept those amendments on community energy or to offer a workable alternative. In the very short time I have left to me, I would love to say more about energy efficiency, the need that we have to properly insulate our homes. The cheapest energy is the energy we don't need to use in the first place, and I despair that the government still has failed to come up with the community-led, local authority-led, street-by-street home insulation programme that would properly make progress on this. But in my very few moments that I have left, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to say a few words about nuclear. I just would like to say that the government's support for this nuclear white elephant formalised by this bill is beyond ludicrous. We've talked already about the cost of nuclear. It is massively expensive, it's going up in price, but it is also massively slow. The government has already accepted a goal of decarbonising the UK's power system by 2035. Given that it's going to take 8 to 10 years to produce new nuclear, it will absolutely make no difference to that decarbonisation target. It is too expensive, too slow, and it needs to come out of this bill.
Hear, hear.
Dame Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see you in the chair. And I rise to support this bill and was hoping perhaps to hear from the lady from Brighton Pavilion a few more of the positive things that this government has achieved, which are important to acknowledge so that people can see that the progress has been made, not least of which that we now have half of all our electricity generated from renewable energy sources, something you could be forgiven for missing the Honourable Lady's speech. What I want to do is to not just repeat what's been said already in this debate, and there's much of it which I agree with, but to bring up two particular issues which I hope that the Minister sitting on the front bench can take particular note of, and they are fusion power and lithium-ion storage facilities. He won't be surprised at that. Now, they both illustrate the absolute ingenuity of our scientists and our understanding of new energy sources, how they develop, and also how the government's response to those energy sources need to develop as well, and how those technologies need different regulation. Let's take fusion technology. Last year I visited Fusion Energy in Vancouver, British Columbia, an incredible Canadian firm working with the UK Science Centre in Oxfordshire, which will be the home to this Canadian firm's fusion testbed, something we should be very proud of. This bill fundamentally and in a very welcome way changes the way in which fusion technology is regulated in the UK. Why? Because we understand it much more now. The current regulatory regime characterises fusion in the same way as nuclear, which is just plain wrong. And to better recognise the actual fusion process, the government is rightly bringing in new measures in clause 110 of the bill to remove fusion from nuclear site licensing requirements. As I say, that's very welcome. It's more accurate. It provides confidence to investors and to the industry and public alike. And it's an example of how the government is recognising the need for regulatory changes. Now, this is rather in contrast to the issues around lithium-ion battery storage facilities, which were included in clause 168 of the bill, and the Minister knows where I'm going now. Because for the first time, the bill recognises that electricity storage is separate to electricity generation. It's a new sector because in the past, power stations were designed to match consumer demand. And with around half of our electricity now generated by wind, it's essential to store electricity to help out when the wind isn't blowing, to put it plainly. Now, over 90% of our UK electricity storage capacity is in lithium-ion batteries. And whilst recognising energy storage, the bill is silent on the fundamental future of this sector, including fire safety. Of course I will.
To my right honourable friend, and just to draw on those comments, does she agree with me that a lot more research needs to be done into when you get thermal runaway and fires that can take several days to put out, and therefore where these storage facilities are based, because some of the chemicals that can be used to extinguish those fires are toxic, and there are planning applications coming forward which are just far too close to people's homes.
And indeed, my right honourable friend's absolutely right that there are hundreds of new applications coming forward in around 350 constituencies, and I would urge honourable members to check that whether any such applications have come forward in their own patch. I would also like to draw on a slightly different issue though as well, which is if we don't have the right regulation when it comes to lithium-ion battery storage, we won't attract investment into this area in the future. Because we won't be encouraging the design of those lithium-ion battery storage facilities to mitigate the risks that we know exist. At the moment, the planning application process takes absolutely no account of the proven fire risks that my honourable friends just referred to with lithium-ion battery storage plants. Thermal runaway, chemical reaction which is caused by overcharging or a design fault. Those sorts of fires cannot be put out. They can only be stopped by cooling with large amounts of water over several days. And this creates toxic fumes and polluted water runoff. And even though the use of batteries for this purpose is relatively new, and that there are currently 35 in action, we've already had one major fire in Merseyside in 2019 that took 59 hours to put out. Now, this new technology is being rolled out at lightning speed with 473 new sites underway, yet there's still no planning guidance for local authorities, no requirement to obtain an environmental permit from the Environment Agency, and no requirement for the fire service to be consulted over designs or locations. Now, this bill must directly address this gap in regulation. And since I raised the problem with ministers in July last year and following a roundtable with 5 departments in March, there now appears to be an agreement that regulatory change might be considered. I believe this bill is exactly where it needs to be addressed. And I'm very happy to bring forward amendments to that effect if the government isn't able to do so themselves. In an open letter to all Hampshire County Council leaders in my own county, Neil Odin, who's our fire chief for Hampshire County Council, for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight Fire Department, one of the largest fire authorities in the country, has stated that batteries can malfunction and lead to an intense fire. And when they do, they pose a significant harm to the environment. That's coming from the head of one of the largest fire authorities in the country. I believe they also, Madam Deputy Speaker, pose a significant risk to people too including firefighters. And I hope in advance of the report stage of this bill, the Minister will continue to work with me to amend the bill so that lithium-ion battery storage can continue to play a hugely important role in realising the ambitions of the government, but with the right regulatory governance in place, not only to assure the safety of our residents, but also to encourage insurance companies and those who want to run these facilities to do so in the future.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Hydrogen Village trials, which we've touched on already, and the experience of the process in Whitby, because it's told me, and indeed this debate has highlighted, that it's not at all clear that we have the answers yet to how to reach net zero in home heating. And without that certainty, we haven't got a hope of persuading people that the disruption, inconvenience and expense they will face is a sacrifice worth making to possibly at some point in the future reach net zero. And I say that knowing that the vast majority of my constituents are persuaded of the urgent need for climate change, as am I. But most importantly, these changes can only be done with people, not to them. This message does not appear to have been understood by those promoting the Hydrogen Village. Once consultation started, local residents came to me time and again, having been left with a very clear impression that they will be forced to switch to a hydrogen supply, whether they wanted to or not. People were told the trial was happening and they had better get used to it. So much for taking people with you. We've thankfully moved to a point now where people have a choice between staying on natural gas or moving to hydrogen for the duration of the trial, but that is what I thought the original proposal was going to be. It is certainly what it should have been, but I believe this last-minute revision to the proposals is too late in the day, as many have already made up their minds. And when only a few months ago I was being told that allowing people to stay on natural gas was not possible because, and I quote, "we are aiming to emulate a rollout scenario in which natural gas heating solutions are no longer an option," I am more than a little cynical about the reasons for this late change of heart. So whilst it is a positive we have finally got to the point we should have been on at the outset, that those taking part in the trial will have a genuinely free choice about whether they do so, the likely take-up of hydrogen, because of everything we've been through, is likely to be small, and it certainly won't be the mass rollout was originally planned. So the question now for the government, I think, is will all this effort and expense that will go into the trial be actually worth it, given the likely low take-up? I think we may have already actually learned the most important lesson, which is that we do want to decarbonise the domestic energy market. Technological change cannot simply be done to people. Government need to decide which technologies they want to prioritise and then take a lead in persuading people that the choice being made is the right one, both for the individual and for the planet. But when that choice is made, please make sure that you have as many answers to the questions as possible, because my constituents know at the moment HSE has not signed off the use of hydrogen in the trials. They know that the energy needed to create green hydrogen is currently far greater than that which would be needed for other renewable sources. They know it will cost them more, and they know that up to now 37 independent studies have shown that hydrogen is unlikely to play a significant role in home heating. So even if you get to a point where safety and cost concerns are addressed, every week that passes sees another report or study pouring further doubt on the claims that hydrogen is part of the future for domestic heating. So when my constituents see these reports, they're bound to ask why they're being put through this, and that's the question I put to the Minister. If he's persuaded by the increasing number of studies, if he thinks that hydrogen in the home is unlikely to play a part in the future mix, why doesn't he just call a halt to these trials now? But if he does think the time and money being expended is worth it, then please say so and be explicit about why these trials are proceeding, what the benefits are, as the majority of my residents have made their minds up that the risks far outweigh any potential benefits. And on the subject of residents' views, I'm pleased the local council have agreed to my suggestion that a ballot of residents take place so that there is a genuinely independent measure of public support for the trial. I'm pleased the government have previously indicated that they will expect to see strong public support as a condition of the trial. I think I would be even more pleased if that was actually explicitly said in the bill. And returning to the importance of taking people with you, I found the clause in the bill giving the right to gas transporters to forcibly enter properties to conduct the trial as a deeply concerning clause and completely against the spirit of what these trials should be about. As it stands, it offers sweeping powers to the gas network operators to go into properties, and it would be welcomed both by myself and my constituents if the Minister could commit that these powers would only be used in an emergency and as a last resort, and whether there is anything actually that can be done to amend the bill to make it clear that that is the case. And I do not believe for a minute the Minister thinks it would be a good idea to send engineers into someone's home to forcibly change their supply to hydrogen just for the purposes of a trial. So I think it would be a good thing if the legislation reflected that. So in conclusion, I would say that hydrogen certainly has a role in industry. It probably has a role in transport too, but in the home, that role seems far less certain, and the uncomfortable reality we have yet to find the panacea for decarbonising home heating. Moving to unproven and uncertain technologies isn't going to wash with the public, especially when you're asking them to make a significant sacrifice, and always when you're not going to give them any choice in this. And given the money that's been spent so far in persuading people of the merits of hydrogen in the home, the fact that I and the majority of my constituents are now more, not less sceptical about it, should give everyone food for thought about whether this whole exercise is really just a case of selling ice to Eskimos and whether it needs to continue at all. I believe Cadent have been given more than enough opportunity to demonstrate these trials could be a good thing, but they've failed to take that opportunity. And I believe that's probably because at the end of the day, this just doesn't stack up. And the idea that my constituents would end up paying for this experiment through a hydrogen levy just adds insult to injury.
Elliot Coleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In the short time I have, I want to focus on a part of this bill that hasn't been discussed throughout the course of this debate yet, which is particularly around the new regulations of district heat networks. I'm very, very grateful that the government has listened to concerns, not just from me, but from colleagues from all sides of the House who have got district heat networks in their constituencies, and just how damaging their unregulated nature can be. This is happening at the moment in Carshalton and Wallington on the New Mill Quarter estate in Hackbridge, something that I've raised a number of times in this place. And I just want to outline very briefly why this new regulation is so needed, why it's welcome, but where I'd also like the government to look into potentially going further. Just for a very quick bit of context, the New Mill Quarter estate in Hackbridge is heated by a series of insulated pipes which stretch from the incinerator in the north of the constituency across redeveloped farmland to go and heat these homes. But it has been bedevilled by problems. It's not even online yet. It's currently being powered by a backup gas boiler system. And has suffered a number of blackouts, 2 call-outs from the London Fire Brigade, and seems to have had practically a huge failure. But I don't have time to go into that now, but I draw the House's attention to some of my other contributions in the House on this. Blackouts is probably the number one reason. The reliability of district heating networks is a massive problem, and it's not just New Mill Quarter and Hackbridge. It also has happened across other estates in London, such as Oval Quarter in Lambeth, New Festival Quarter in Tower Hamlets, and multiple estates in Southwark, no guessing which party runs those local authorities. But also customer satisfaction is lower for those customers who are on district heating networks rather than gas boilers. A 2017 survey conducted by Bayes found that district heat network customers were much less satisfied with their service than other forms of energy. Bills is another big one. Cost of living is a massive concern for all of our constituents right now, and the number one concern that comes up time and time again when I talk to Carshalton and Wallington residents is about meeting the cost of their energy bills. And that need to empower Ofgem to force the pricing model of district heat networks to be comparable to the market average is incredibly important, and I'm grateful that the government has looked at this in detail and is taking steps in this direction, because the residents living in New Mill Quarter are having to face higher than market average energy bills. They are not protected, for example, by the energy price cap because it is an unregulated piece of heating. So I very much welcome that, and that will provide a lot of reassurance to people living in New Mill Quarter, but also other people who live under a district heat network as well. The final thing that which I welcome the government taking action on is simply the monopolistic nature of heat networks. Customers can't change. They can't go to a new supplier because a district heat network forces those people living within it to use that heat network. They can't shop around for a better deal. They can't rely on the market. And as a free market conservative, this is very important to me. They can't rely on the market to drive down prices whilst driving up reliability. So regulation is so important, and I'm very, very grateful that the government is taking steps in this regard. But one area that I would like the government to look at further is about future-proofing district heat networks. Many of them are future-proof by their very nature, but ones like the one in Hackbridge, which are heated by incinerators, I can see a glaring problem coming down the line, which is that the government itself has outlined in its waste minimisation strategy that they want to phase out incineration as a form of dealing with waste. And all of us across the House support the reduction and the stopping of incineration as a form of dealing with our waste. Incineration is only slightly better than landfill, only very, very slightly. It is not a net zero conducive form of waste management, in my opinion. You are relying on creating waste to feed it. And the problem that we can see in estates like Hackbridge is that you are going to have an incinerator which becomes less and less needed as years go on. You either then have one of two options. Either you have to import waste to feed the thing, to keep the heating going. That obviously isn't conducive with any net zero ambitions. Or the thing has to be turned off. And that means, well, what happens then? All of that entire estate was a new build, built specifically with the infrastructure to deal with this. What is going to happen? No matter how, I might be long dead by the time it happens, but the problem is coming, and I don't think we should leave that to a future generation to solve. I do think this is something that we need to look at in terms of future-proofing that now. But overall, I do really welcome the measures taken in this bill. I would urge colleagues to support it. But can I just ask them... I will gladly give way, absolutely.
Very quickly, I'm very interested in what he's saying about heat networks. But I was wondering if you might think, or you might agree with something I've learned just very recently as a proposal from a stakeholder that deals in renewable energy, including electrolysis to create hydrogen, actually generates a lot of heat. And their suggestion is that we actually declare heat as a utility in a more wider form. Would that help his purposes?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, because he's absolutely right. And it comes back to a point that a number of colleagues have made today, which is that we can't mandate the use of one or a very small number of technologies here. We do need to have that collective option. But I would just urge the government to err on the side of caution, because under its own ambitions, district heat networks could account for anything like 2/5 of the UK's heat provision. Given the problems that have existed, not just in Hackbridge but across multiple estates, as I mentioned, and not just in London, I would urge the government not to put all of its eggs in one basket and rely on district heat networks as a singular answer. And I agree with my honourable friend from Banff Buchan. There are plentiful supplies of renewable energy out there. We need to make sure that we are not mandating nor preventing the use of any one, and we are using all of those potentials to reach our net zero ambitions and provide more domestic energy security. But I do very much welcome the measures taken within this bill. I urge colleagues to support it, and it will certainly have my support tonight.
Vera Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker, our biggest task worldwide is to get to net zero. We must transform our entire energy system. The Liberal Democrats welcome many of the bill's proposals. However, it is simply not ambitious enough. We need bold action now to protect consumers from spiralling costs and put us on the path to net zero. The government continues to protect the oil and gas giants. Typical direct debit customers have seen their annual gas and electricity bill almost double, while oil and gas giants have announced record profits. Last year, Shell forcibly installed prepayment meters in over 4,000 homes by making £32 billion in profit. UK consumers have been amongst the least protected in Europe. When will this government put struggling UK citizens first? The energy price cap is not fit for purpose. The current price cap is set at a high level to incentivize people to switch energy suppliers. But research shows that vulnerable customers who struggle to pay their energy bills are much less likely to switch suppliers. We Liberal Democrats would reform the price cap to protect these customers by bringing in a capped tariff set lower than the existing price cap. I urge the government to consider this. Madam Deputy Speaker, the best way to reduce energy bills is to move harder and faster towards renewables. But a lack of grid capacity is seriously holding back renewable energy projects. Many face delays for up to 15 years. In Wokingham, for example, the Liberal Democrat Council have been told that their first ground-mounted solar farm project will only be connected in October 2037, a decade later than originally promised. How can we decarbonise our power system by 2035 when ready-to-go renewable projects cannot get the grid connection they need? Britain will have to build 7 times more transmission lines in the next 7 years than it has built in the last 20, a huge task that will require a major change in approach by the regulator. Ofgem is not empowered to consider the benefit of long-term investment as its remit focuses on short-term costs to consumers. This is a major reason behind the lack of grid investment. In the other place, an amendment has been passed to give Ofgem a specific statutory net zero objective. I urge the government to keep this provision in place. The bill also, as amended, now contains a ban on opening new coal mines. Less than 2 years ago, the government announced that they were leading an international effort to end the use of coal. Yet soon after, they gave the green light to the Cumbria coal mine, a gateway to allowing more fossil fuels in the UK, flying in the face of our net zero commitments. The government must ensure this ban on new coal mines remains part of the bill if they are to retain a shred of credibility on climate action. Huge changes to people's lives, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be required to get to net zero. We must bring people on board, or there's a risk that people will not accept the necessary changes, making our progress to net zero more lengthy, costly and contested. Community energy provides cheaper, greener power and distributes benefits locally. The community energy sector has the potential to be 20 times bigger by 2030, powering 2.2 million homes and saving 2.5 million tonnes of CO2 every year. However, community energy projects currently generate just 0.5% of the UK's electricity. This is because the financial, technical and operational requirement involved in becoming a licensed supplier put initial costs of more than £1 million. The amendments passed in the other place would rectify this, and they must remain part of the bill. Ministers have said repeatedly they want more community energy. Now is the time to see that they mean it. 77% of people say they would support a new onshore wind farm built in their area. Our UK communities know that renewables are the solution to our energy crisis. However, this government continues with its dogmatic opposition to onshore wind and solar. The bill does not contain provisions to roll out solar power, and the effective ban on onshore wind remains. Another disappointment is the bill is not containing provisions to cut flaring, venting and leakage of methane from gas and oil platforms. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas with 80 times the warming effect of CO2. It accounts for 13% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The UK has signed the global pledge to cut methane levels by 30%. And a ban on oil and gas flaring and venting in the North Sea would dramatically reduce methane emissions. It is supported by the Environmental Audit Commission and the government's commissioned independent review of net zero. We must mandate monthly leak detection and repair activities. The North Sea Transition Authority must identify and publish a leak table of the best and worst performing companies so that methane emissions can be publicly monitored. We can reduce methane waste by 72%, but the bill is currently silent about it, and it needs amending, Madam Deputy Speaker. We still have much to do to protect consumers and reach net zero. The bill, although substantially improved in the other place, still does not go far enough. As it passes through this House, we must ensure it does not become a missed opportunity.
David Ducat.
Speaker, and it's excellent to see you in the chair tonight. If I can say from the outset, the main message I receive from all parts of the energy sector, and my honourable friend, the Minister, will know just how many parts of that energy sector exist in my constituency in Banff-and-Buchan, that main message is let's get this bill passed, let's get on with the job that needs to be done. That said, this is a complex bill, and we've heard about some of that complexity tonight, not least the various conflicting priorities that it is my honourable friend the Minister's unenviable task to sort through. I'm not going to go through every part of the bill, obviously, time wouldn't allow. In fact, time probably won't allow me to go through what I am going to try and talk about, so I'll get on with the topics I'm going to talk about. Oil and gas has been talked about already. The inconvenient truth, to steal a phrase from former Vice President Al Gore, is we are not going to get to 2050 keeping the lights on, our homes warm and the economy moving without oil and gas, albeit at greatly reduced demand. It therefore stands to reason that we're not going to get to net zero by 2050 without CCUS, carbon capture, utilisation and storage. And of course, I want to speak about the Scottish cluster in particular. Before the Energy Profits Levy was introduced, this industry was already paying 40% compared to most businesses paying 19%, which of course rose to 25% last month. But with the EPL, the oil and gas industry is now paying 75% tax on oil and gas profits in this country, not global profits, but profits made in this country. And according to the OBR, will pay around £15 billion in the financial year 22 to 23. And that represents a fifth of the UK's corporation tax receipts from exploration and production alone. The Climate Change Committee's fairly ambitious net zero pathway profile predicts that demand for oil and gas will decline at a slower rate than domestic supply. So it is hugely important that we are able to access our own domestic supplies to meet that continuing, as I've said, albeit declining demand. And it's also hugely important, as I know my honourable friend the Minister knows, that the industry is adequately engaged through the process of this bill. Oil and gas companies and their employees, the skills, the technology and expertise stand ready to help the government and this country not only deliver our energy security needs, but also to invest and drive the energy transition. Which, this, as has already been said, or should have been said, this is at the centre of the North Sea transition deal signed between the government and the oil and gas sector in 2021. The industry and governments plural must continue to work together to make the most of our homegrown industry and supply chain, and it's in that supply chain, crucially, where most of the 200 oil and gas jobs in the UK exist. With that in mind, I'd like to reinforce calls that I know the Minister's already heard from the industry through the trade body OE UK. In the immediate term, we need to introduce a clear mechanism, or announce what that clear mechanism is going to be, by which a trigger or a floor price that ensures the 75% tax rate is only applied to company profits earned from the excessively high market price environment. And in the shorter or on the medium to long term, legislate for an effective decarbonisation investment allowance that allows for decarbonisation expenditure essential to delivering the UK's net zero ambitions and the North Sea transition deal emission targets. There are longer term requests as well, but I'm sure he's already aware of those. Of course, a huge part of our decarbonisation effort is, of course, this government's strategy to deliver up to 30 megatons of carbon capture and storage by 2030. So I welcome the Chancellor's announcement in this year's spring statement of £20 billion of funding to help deliver at least that commitment of 4 CCUS clusters in the UK by 2030 and more beyond that. The £20 billion is for 20 years from this year. Last month, the launch of Track 2 of the cluster sequencing process was also widely welcomed by industry stakeholders and project developers alike. This includes the Acorn project in my constituency and the Scottish cluster more generally. And I would like to point out to the House that despite continued efforts to downplay that project status by members on the SNP benches and in the Scottish Government in particular, work on that project has never actually stopped. In fact, over £40 million of UK government money has been invested directly into this Scottish cluster, compared with £80 million from the Scottish Government, which has been promised, withdrawn, and then clarity not provided on where exactly that £80 million has actually gone. As I said at the start of my speech, the sector is impatient to get on with the work to be done on energy security and decarbonisation. So speaking not only for the Scottish cluster, but for CCUS more broadly, the announced streamline approach to Track 2 is very much welcome, but even more welcome, as I'm sure the Minister will realise, would be a clear and rapid process for rolling out Track 2 clusters, building on the lessons learned from Track 1. For example, it would be extremely helpful to award initial capture projects swiftly and concurrently, if possible, with transport and storage licences. Could I also ask for the inclusion of shipping and other non-pipeline transport of emissions, bearing in mind that most centres of industrial activity around the UK do not currently have clarity on what their pathway for decarbonisation actually will be. On my last point on CCUS, can I ask the Minister to clarify, given the current absence from the bill as a carbon capture entity of direct air capture, What role will that play, and will it be needed to be included within the context of the appropriate section of the bill, I think section 63? And if it would be helpful, if the government's not able to make that amendment, would it be helpful for me to make an amendment, as others have offered to do? But we can discuss that in more detail as the committee stage approaches, I'm sure.
Ben Lake.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Bamford Buchan, who I thought very effectively outlined the many complexities inherent in our transition from our dependence on fossil fuels for our energy system. And I think it's a complexity that we need to bear in mind as we discuss this bill brought before us this evening. I'd like to begin, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that I welcome many of the measures included in the bill that are designed to provide a cleaner, more affordable and more secure energy system. But in welcoming many of these measures, I would also like to just put on record that I am concerned that more is required to address some of the more short-term issues that we currently face. I need not remind the House, of course, that there's widespread concern that households across the UK are particularly vulnerable to any further increases to the cost of energy, for example. We're told that energy bills might increase by some 17% this year. Now, honourable members will know just as well as I do that many households have struggled last winter. They've had to exhaust their savings. Some have had to take out loans in order to meet the costs of last winter, and are therefore very vulnerable to any further increases that might come next winter. Now, Citizens Advice Cymru has seen a sharp increase in the number of people seeking debt advice, and they report that more people are now falling into arrears on essential household bills. The charity has seen a 150% increase in the number of people seeking advice on debt relating to energy bills between February 2020 and February of this year. This just further underlines the vulnerability of so many of our households and how exposed they are to any further increases to the cost of energy. And before going into some of the longer term measures included in this bill, I think I'd like to impress upon the government that there's still time before next winter to bring forward measures to support some of these vulnerable households and ways of financing the same. It's been, I think, mentioned earlier on. I will, yes.
I thank the honourable member for accepting my intervention. Does he share with me my concerns, and I think they are widespread concerns, about the plight of people who are struggling to pay for energy and are on prepayment meters? And does he share my disappointment that nothing has made it yet onto this bill that will protect people on prepayment meters, particularly from so-called self-disconnection, where when they run out of money, they are automatically cut off from all gas and electricity?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention and for making that very important point. I think we'd all agree that those customers that are on prepayment meters are among the most vulnerable consumers rather, of energy and electricity in the country, and they should be prioritised as we look to help households with the cost of energy. It's been mentioned earlier on that one way of perhaps financing greater support for households is a new tax on share buybacks. We've read in the news about the £3.2 billion worth announced by Shell last month in that regard. And you do have to question whether that sort of funding could be used to increase support provided under the energy price guarantee in advance of next winter. Another round of alternative fuel payment could also be guaranteed and set at a level which better reflects the increase in the cost of alternative fuels experienced by off-grid households. And in that regard, I'm very grateful, because I know it is something that the government and the Minister is considering, about the additional support for those businesses, energy-intensive businesses that are not connected to the main gas grid. And I think that should be a priority. Now, looking beyond next winter, I think that members will agree that this bill also offers a golden opportunity to step up investment in the energy efficiency of our housing stock. In the long term, reducing our energy demand represents one of the most important contributions to forging a more resilient and sustainable energy system, helping to permanently slash energy bills for both households and businesses alike. Now, I previously called for the £6 billion committed in the autumn statement last year to energy efficiency measures to be brought forward. Some of the spending profile will be brought forward as much as possible. I think the more we can prioritise for investment in energy efficiency, the better. And as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on fuel poverty, I'd like to emphasise this point and ask, in doing so, that the government consider setting clearer pathways for improved energy efficiency standards for our housing stock. I think the case for prioritising energy efficiency measures is well made, but in the avoidance of any doubt, the new Economics Foundation estimate that had all homes in England and Wales been upgraded to EPC C by October of last year, the energy price guarantee would have cost some £3.5 billion less during its first 6 months. And a Welsh home installation programme, as set out by the Future Generations Commission in Wales, estimated that a similar sort of outcome could save the Welsh NHS £4.4 billion by 2040 in improved health outcomes. Now, it's also important that current eco schemes are delivered properly. Between April last year, when Eco4 commenced, and December of last year, approximately 25,000 households received support under the scheme. Now, given that this amounts to less than 6% of the some 450,000 households that Eco4 is supposed to support over its 4-year lifetime, I think we need to be concerned about the pace of the rollout so far. And indeed, constituents and installers alike have contacted me to complain about some of the deficiencies of the scheme, which I believe demand the government's urgent attention. And in particular, consideration needs to be given to review the eligibility criteria so that more people can benefit from the scheme, but also, importantly, a revision of the scheme's cost assumptions so that they are brought into line with current supply costs. Now, before bringing my remarks to a close, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to add my support to clauses 272 and 273, which were added to the bill in the other place. The current energy and wider cost of living crisis brings into sharp focus the consequences of failing to transition away from fossil fuels, and action must be taken to accelerate this transition. And in this regard, I believe community energy projects have a crucial role to play. By establishing an export guarantee scheme for smaller scale sites that generate low carbon electricity, and by requiring larger suppliers to work with community schemes, these clauses could unlock the potential of community energy schemes across the United Kingdom, which the Campaign Group Power for People estimate could grow by between 12 and 20 times by 2030, powering up to 2.2 million homes. It's an important set of clauses that I very much hope the government will see fit to retain in the bill.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to say that most of my comments will be directed on the hydrogen part of the bill as the chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on hydrogen. Now, this past winter has epitomised the uncertainty felt about our energy future across the country. However, I believe this bill will restore certainty and help deliver energy security and net zero targets, because it will help unleash our hydrogen potential. Part of the uncertainty for our constituents is the concern about everyday essentials, such as how will I heat my home, do I need a heat pump, and even what is a heat pump. Now, green hydrogen blending will use the same pipe and boiler system already in our homes, and is by far the simplest way of cutting our carbon emissions from heat, which currently run at nearly a quarter of our CO2 output. I am convinced that green hydrogen will play a part in decarbonising heating, and I know, as we've already heard today, that many across this House and the country are not so certain. But this is why the trials supported by this bill are so important. The point of the trials is to allow government, businesses, and most of all our constituents to decide if this is a viable path to decarbonising heating. So it is essential that this bill pushes forward those aspects. Now, businesses too need certainty that hydrogen won't fall by the wayside. The UK has been a world leader in hydrogen, and the hydrogen strategy and last year's update to it clearly envisions us regaining that title. But policies like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Net Zero Industrial Act mean the US and the EU become more fertile ground for hydrogen innovation than the UK. Businesses need certainty to invest in hydrogen, knowing there will be a thriving hydrogen economy from production through storage and transport to use. And that is why I'm delighted that this bill will unlock billions in private investment through contracts and business models, not only securing our energy future, but also bringing jobs and wealth across the country. And while I know that when we discuss there are concerns about the cost of these schemes, I also know that for every £1 spent on hydrogen today means £2 or more of energy bills tomorrow, and therefore surely is an easy calculation to support. And these provisions will boost the UK's hydrogen economy, and I'm glad the government is, at last, being proactive in this space. And however, while this bill does go a long way, we must go further on hydrogen. I believe that hydrogen will be the glue that binds our green energy future together. It is the sort of polyfill energy, helping to fill the cracks between other sources and plugging the holes left by carbon-based energy. It will also prove to be an invaluable tool for tomorrow's energy mixture, and the more we encourage it today, the better. And for that reason, I must urge my right honourable friends to push further to legislate to become the torchbearer for global hydrogen. For a start, while I'm glad that community electricity producers will now have the certainty and support they need to flourish, these provisions exclude small-scale hydrogen production, which can be used as storage or directly as an energy source. I'm calling on the Minister to look at widening these clauses to include all low-carbon energy suppliers. We can also do more to ready ourselves for hydrogen heating. We can require new boilers, for instance, to be hydrogen ready by 2026, which will bring down prices to normal levels, providing certainty to manufacturers, but also smooth the transition towards blending heating systems. What better way of preparing ourselves for clean heat? And I'm calling on the Minister to re-examine the case for hydrogen-ready boilers, as this will be a shot in the arm for UK manufacturers. And furthermore, while the government's dedication to hydrogen is welcomed by all, or by most anyway, there must be enough green hydrogen. Current estimates forecast we need about 10 times the hydrogen we currently produce today to reach net zero by 2050. Now, the government has already kick-started UK hydrogen by doubling our production target. But will they do that again? And will this certainty for all the hydrogen that we need to increase the hydrogen production and support the hydrogen production. And finally, and most importantly, we must be certain that hydrogen we use is not damaging our planet, despite its clean reputation. Much of the objections to hydrogen heating come from the uncertainty as to true emissions from producing hydrogen. Indeed, some say that blue hydrogen heating is often claimed to emit more carbon than natural gas. Therefore, we need certainty that the hydrogen we use is not going to be worse than the carbon we are leaving behind. The government's current definition of low-carbon hydrogen at 20 grams of CO2 equivalent per megajoule of hydrogen is a good start. We must look at lowering it in line with the overall emissions of the grid. Specifically, it must come down to close to 5 grams to ensure truly environmentally friendly hydrogen. And that is the only way to give investors and our constituents the certainty that low-carbon hydrogen is indeed low carbon. Although, of course, I do appreciate blue carbon, grey hydrogen and other such are clear transition to get to that green hydrogen. Now, it will be obvious to the House that I am certain there is no green future without hydrogen. But thanks to this bill and the certainty that it provides to our constituents, businesses and investors, I also believe the government agrees. I know there will be some future work planned to incorporate some of the suggestions I put forward today, but this bill does go a long way to creating the certainty in hydrogen we need. However, we must go faster. We used to be the world leader in hydrogen production, hydrogen manufacturers, whether it's from buses like Wrightbus, diggers like JCB, or across the sector. We need to go further and faster with hydrogen. It is not the silver bullet, clearly, to all our net zero needs, but it is that polyfiller that will make sure where other areas fail or don't succeed, hydrogen will step in.
Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw attention to my roles as Chair of both the APPGs for chemicals and for carbon capture, utilisation and storage. Now, I welcome the progress of this bill today. It's long overdue. It's also essential, though I feel it lacks the ambition necessary to deliver all of the government's stated aims of making the energy system fit for the future, ensuring the safety, security and resilience of the UK's energy system and leveraging private investment in clean technologies. Ministers have said there's no way for us to achieve net zero without carbon capture and storage. The target set by the government is to capture and store 20 to 30 million metric tonnes of carbon dioxide, including removals, per year by 2030. But whilst this is welcome, I personally believe there could be an even higher target to benefit our country. The Carbon Capture and Storage Association, for example, said the UK's CCUS project pipeline would be able to store some 70 million tonnes of CO2. The industry is ready to deliver. We need to let them get on with it. I've been banging the drum for CCUS deployment for quite some time now. Support from the government has been shaky in the past, with several false dawns, with funding whisked away or not provided at all. So I'm pleased to see what looks like real progress, though today's delay in planning permission for our Teesside project is a worry. Teesside is a vital area for the net zero agenda. Its proximity to offshore wind sources and its cluster of energy-intensive industries that require decarbonisation makes it a good location for hydrogen production and carbon capture. I was certainly pleased the Department selected a handful of carbon capture and related projects on Teesside to progress to the next stage of development. But I was, however, very disappointed that of the 40 long-listed projects, only 8 are going forward, and that many in the East Coast cluster, including in the Humber, are missing out. What, I asked the Minister, will happen to them next? That said, I welcome the fact the government say the bill, and I quote, will introduce state-of-the-art business models for carbon capture usage and storage and hydrogen. Now they must prove it, and prove it quick. I know from speaking with industry, and especially those in the Teesside cluster, that investors see the timely passage of this legislation as critical to maintaining confidence and momentum in the sector after a decade of those false dawns and U-turns. The Chemical Industry Association tell me the sector also wants this bill to pass, pointing out that whilst it's imperfect, it has some fundamental provisions. They say it gives them certainty in the sector, including provisions relating to hydrogen and CCUS business models, network charges and Ofgem's remit to include net zero. And they like it. Essentially, though, they're asking for a net zero transition at lowest cost possible by creating competition in the energy market to minimise the risk of domestic and non-domestic consumers picking up the cost. How will that, I ask the Minister, be delivered? Of course, the quickest, cheapest and best answer for our national energy security is a clean energy sprint. New renewables are 9 times cheaper than gas. They would not only fight the climate crisis, but also increase our energy security and sovereignty, bring down bills and create jobs. But at this crucial moment for our country and our planet, this bill doesn't provide the clean energy sprint we need. So perhaps the Minister could tell us why the ban on onshore wind, the cheapest, cleanest, quickest energy available, remains. Furthermore, this bill doesn't deliver the green plumbing measures necessary to accelerate the deployment of low-carbon power and grid management, from failing to solve the grid connection problems, leaving our planning system unreformed, and failing to add a net zero duty to relevant regulators like Ofgem. The bill certainly isn't the complete answer to all our needs. We don't just need renewables, we need renewables done well. And as Campaign to Protect Rural England suggests, this can be achieved by empowering communities to decide what is appropriate for their local area and guaranteeing that they benefit from these schemes. The Countryside Charity has long highlighted community energy projects as the gold standard for renewables done well. This bill provides a real opportunity to put financial structures and a programme in place to get the 19 million homes in our country below EPC Band C the upgrades they need. That is what Labour would do, but there is no plan in the bill to insulate the homes that need it, which is costing each of these households up to £1,000 a year. Disappointingly, there is no plan to remove the windfall tax loophole or de-link electricity and gas prices so that the cheap power promised by renewables can be passed on to families and businesses rather than paid out in windfall profits. We should be providing public support to develop our hydrogen industry, but the government's preference is to load the cost of subsidy onto household bills. During the Lord's stages of the bill, we saw a number of amendments moving the hydrogen levy away from customers' bills, establishing a net zero duty for Ofgem, banning new coal mines, introducing a local electricity bill and mandating reporting on EPC standards for homes. I trust the government will welcome these amendments. I also look to support further changes, ending the onshore wind ban, banning fracking, expanding targets on energy efficiency of homes and dealing with grid connection delays. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's exam season and the government are facing big tests. I'm giving them about 6 out of 10 for now. But this bill has come some way, but we know in its current state it doesn't go far enough. Our industry and people depend on us getting this right.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome very many of the measures contained in this energy bill, not least the clear step forward in embracing nuclear. Indeed, I consider it an act of national vandalism and a huge part of our difficulties on energy cost and supply since Putin's invasion of Ukraine, that previous governments failed so badly on nuclear. But firstly, I wish to focus my remarks on community energy. It is an absurdity that the community energy sector has seen minimal growth in recent years, accounting for less than 0.5% of total UK electricity generation capacity, not because of the cost of technological development or even deployment, but energy market and licensing rules. This should be so easily fixable. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to add my voice to clauses 272 and 273 to enable community schemes to sell the electricity they generate locally. These seem straightforward, pro-competition, pro-consumer reforms, and my central ask is that they should be adopted as part of the bill, but if my honourable friend, the Minister, is minded not to support them, then what will he propose to open up this huge community energy sector opportunity that the 2021 report of the Environmental Audit Committee identified could grow by 12 to 20 times by 2030, powering 2.2 million homes? Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to the challenges facing rural off-grid households. According to the latest census, 15% of my constituents, and for transparency, this applies to my house too, use oil-fired boilers for central heating, compared to 3% nationally, and a further 4% tanked or bottled gas, compared to 1% nationally. As it stands, such households are looking down the barrels of massive expenditure when their boilers need replacing, with a troubling direction of travel that as soon as 2026, these oil-burning boilers will be banned, and groupthink directing us to worship at the altar of the heat pump. Not only are these things horrendously expensive, but for many rural homes, they just won't and never will work. The government's own data shows that some 20% of off-grid households simply can't use them. Many rural homes, older homes, built out of stone or cob or witchet, which is unique to the Vale of Aylesbury, are less energy efficient, more expensive, more difficult, and in cases impossible to insulate. It is absolutely essential that the government drops ambitions to ban people from using systems that actually work for their homes and instead ensure there is the best variety of choices available for households to choose how to decarbonise in a way that won't leave them broke, indebted and cold. The best way of moving forward on this would be to adopt my right honourable friend for Camborne and Redruth's renewable liquid heating fuel bill into this bill, enabling people to transfer to the use of HVO at a fraction of the cost of a heat pump and associated works. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are talking hundreds of pounds to convert rather than tens of thousands for the alternative. And that leads me on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to a wider ask on the future of fuel. It is hugely welcome that within this bill, the government is seeking to recognise in legislation recycled carbon fuels, extending the eligible fuel types under the Renewable Transport Fuel Orders to include 2 new low-carbon fuels. But given it is inconceivable that the future of aviation and maritime will ever be without the need for a liquid hydrocarbon, the challenge is, what does that liquid hydrocarbon look like? And my central argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that by using drop-in biofuels in the short term, which are more easily and financially scalable, and fully synthetic fuels in the medium to the long term, the choice that can be extended to aviation and maritime can equally be enjoyed with much wider access across other heavy-duty applications such as agricultural and construction machinery, road haulage, rail, motorsport, and to link back to my second theme, the very fuel we use to heat rural and off-grid homes in a manner that won't leave people poorer and colder. This is about developing new fuels for what we already have, not seeing the billions and billions of pounds spent in literally reinventing the wheel, or at least that which makes the wheels and the propellers turn. Perhaps such fuels are even the saviour of the road car as we know it, as even the European Commission are proposing to allow e-fuels in combustion engines after their zero-emission cut-off date in 2035. Petrosynthesis, as Paddy Lowe, the pioneer of one synthetic manufacturer, Zero, calls it, creates a balanced, circular and sustainable future of indefinite timescale, the industrial version of the natural carbon cycle. This energy bill should be the vehicle to embrace this evolution right here in the United Kingdom, across transport and domestic energy. Synthetics, Madam Deputy Speaker, offers so much. We just need to get fully behind them.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to your place. This bill is welcome as it can play a key role in delivering a cheaper, cleaner energy system, promoting investment in clean technologies and enhancing our energy security by deploying more homegrown power. The UK has been a global leader in promoting renewables such as offshore wind, but we cannot rest on our laurels. If we do nothing, we shall be left behind in a race to attract global investment, which is very much footloose. The US's Inflation Reduction Act and the EU's Green Deal Industrial Plan very much throw down the gauntlet to which we must respond, not necessarily with like for like, but by ensuring that we have a regulatory and policy framework that gives investors confidence and certainty. At the same time, we must not forget the demand side. We should be doing better, and we are still searching for that catalyst that will unleash a retrofitting revolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall briefly go through some of those initiatives and issues that are needed so as to provide the clarity and certainty that everyone is seeking. Firstly, there does need to be a duty on Ofgem to consider net zero. It is vital that we keep costs as low as possible for consumers, but expanding its remit to include net zero would unlock more anticipatory investment, which would enable grid reinforcement to be carried out. This is particularly important in East Anglia at the current time. Secondly, introducing a competitive market for major onshore electricity transmission networks is welcome and can deliver real consumer benefits by driving both innovation and downward pressure on costs. Thirdly, the establishment of an independent system operator and planner responsible for whole energy system strategic planning is a positive and welcome step towards an improved governance framework. Fourthly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to remove those obstacles that currently block community energy schemes from realising their full potential, and thus I would urge the Government to give full consideration to retaining clauses 272 and 273, which were introduced as Lord's amendments. One of the great challenges with transforming our energy system is that so many people and communities feel as if something is being done to them, that a burden is being imposed on them. Community energy schemes enable local people to be part of the solution, participating in the benefits and showing that we are all in this together. As we've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, hydrogen will be critical to achieving net zero, and locally in East Anglia it has a key role to play. It is very much the new kid on the block. We do not yet know the precise role that it will play, and as we've heard, there is a dispute as to who will pay the hydrogen levy. Different views are being expressed on this particular issue, and it's necessary to consider very carefully how best to proceed. It's also important to send a strong signal to investors by introducing a sunset clause for the powers assigned by the Secretary of State in last year's Energy Prices Act. These powers have impacted on investor confidence, and companies are falling out and leaving the sector. This bill does provide an opportunity to amend the Energy Prices Act so as to enable the government to respond quickly in the short term without unnecessarily impacting on investor confidence in the long term. Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my final point is that it comes back to demand-side measures and addressing the challenge presented by our leaky buildings. Clause 204 is a Lord's amendment that gives the Secretary of State 6 months to publish a comprehensive plan to improve the UK buildings energy efficiency, and I would urge the government to commit to doing this and provide firm policies to incentivise improvements across all domestic and commercial buildings. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst there are many issues that the government does need to clarify, it is vital, as Energy UK point out, that this bill is passed with the utmost haste. The pressing need for reasonably priced electricity, enhanced energy security, and meeting head-on the challenge of climate change, together with the opportunity to create exciting and sustainable new jobs in constituencies and coastal communities like the one I represent, does mean that there is no time to delay.
Elaine Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Energy Bill is a critical piece of legislation for delivering a cheaper, cleaner energy system and to increase investment into clean energies. Indeed, as the new department is named Energy Security and Net Zero, one hopes it will deliver on both. I do not need to rehearse the challenges we face of how being overly reliant on imported gas has created higher energy prices, and much more needs to be rapidly done to improve our energy security. If we create the right legislative framework and invest in renewable and sustainable energy supplies, this should ensure that we also achieve the goal of moving towards net zero. There is much to welcome in the amendments from the other place. I wish to speak particularly to clauses 272 and 273, the former local electricity bill, backed by 318 MPs, 125 on this side of the House, to enable community groups to sell electricity to local customers. It is still bewildering to me, living somewhere sunny, windy and with a huge tide, why this has not progressed sooner. Clause 272 sets up a community and smaller scale electricity export guarantee scheme to provide a guaranteed income for the electricity from small scale renewable energy generators with a capacity below 5 megawatts. Surely, with dramatically rising energy prices and a system currently still reliant on fossil fuel imports, new local, secure, low carbon generation should be desirable. Clause 273 sets up a community and smaller scale electricity suppliers services scheme, which would enable communities that wish to sell the electricity generated to the local community. This would facilitate a community energy tariff that can be offered to consumers local to the site. Locally generated electricity would reduce our dependence on imported energy and increase the resilience of domestic energy supply. It could help cut bills and help save emissions. There is huge support for these amendments across this House, and I do hope that ministers will ensure they remain in the bill. These clauses have previously been opposed by ministers on the basis that they amount to a subsidy. However, this would only be the case if the guaranteed price was many times the price of other sources, but that's not what these clauses do, with a suggested rate of around 5 to 10p per unit. And it seems bizarre to me that these same ministers are still quite happy to subsidise the burning of trees and woody biomass, creating one of the biggest emitters of carbon dioxide in the country, and that we are subsidising that to the tune of £1.7 million per day. Even advisers to the plant have detailed that it should reassess its criteria for determining carbon neutrality. We are seemingly keen to subsidise this polluting form of energy at a time when I'm sure we're working towards net zero. Yet there seems to be far less subsidy for some of the genuine renewables that we could make right here in the Celtic Sea, for example. I declare an interest as chair of the APPG. But this year's contract for difference auction is expected to deliver less than half the renewable capacity to hit our 2030 offshore wind target, all due to an administrative strike price not keeping pace with rising supply chain and financing costs, and a department that has said they did not believe the industry's figures. As the Crown Estate gets ready to launch their next leasing round in the Celtic Sea, aiming to capture 4 gigawatts of floating offshore wind, I rather hope we will be able to help get these floating offshore wind turbines out to sea than subsidise the burning of trees to secure our future energy supply. Indeed, it is inconsistencies like this that make me supportive of new clause 271, which would place a duty on Ofgem to consider net zero. Investment and subsidy decisions would hopefully then ensure that the true environmental impacts of the energy produced is considered. Clause 204 on improving energy efficiency standards in our home is hard to argue with. However, the practicalities of this is already seeing long-term landlords move to short-term holiday lets in locations like my beautiful North Devon constituency. We need to ensure any move to improve energy efficiency applies to short-term holiday lets as well as long-term rentals. You still use energy and emit CO2 when you're on holiday. However, I have concerns about a blanket imposition. In rural and coastal Britain, our housing stock is older and draftier, and indeed it's harder to bring up to newer standards given planning restrictions. We need to better understand rurality, and I will be supporting any amendments that are laid by my right honourable friend, the member for Redroof, as it does seem bewildering to me that we were requiring all off-grid properties to adopt air source or ground source heat pumps when we could enable those with oil boilers to convert to hydrogenated vegetable oil at a fraction of the cost. The fuel cost is currently prohibitively expensive, but given the government has long recognised the value of renewable fuels such as HVO in the transport sector through the Renewable Transport Fuel Obligation, surely it is possible to devise a similar incentive mechanism extended to the use of renewable fuels in domestic boilers for off-gas grid properties. This could be achieved by some tweaks to Clause 101 of Part 3 of the Energy Bill. We really should be able to support community energy generation, given the abundance of renewable energy sources, particularly in the rural southwest. And we must focus scarce subsidies onto fuels that are truly renewable and work to harness the wind in the Celtic Sea, which in turn will support the UK's longer-term energy security strategy. There is much to commend in this bill, but I hope ministers will look favourably at these amendments and recognise that whilst energy security is vital, we also need to work towards net zero, and some of the current subsidies, frankly, risk delivering the opposite outcome.
David Johnston.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to speak in this debate for three reasons. Firstly, like I'm sure every member of this House, I would like to see an energy system that the government's seeking to create, which is more resilient, keeps costs down, and keeps us on track for our net zero aim. Government spent this huge amount of money paying the equivalent of half of the average household's energy bill, which has been very welcome given what Putin has done to weaponize energy supply. But there's clearly an unsustainable position for the country to be in. And while we've made great strides in cutting emissions, cutting them by over 40%, cutting them faster than any other country in the G20, we have more to do on our energy system. The second reason is that my constituency is home to Harwell campus, which was hidden from ordnance maps in the late 30s and early 40s, but was where atomic energy was developed. And Harwell campus is now the home to £3 billion of science infrastructure, including an energy tech cluster, which alone has 80 companies in it. My constituency is also home to Milton Park, which has 270 companies predominantly working in science and tech, including Tokamak Energy, which is going to be key to our fusion future. So this bill and what it seeks to do in supporting the government's aims on carbon capture and storage and on hydrogen and on fusion is not just really important for the country as a whole, it's also particularly important for businesses in my constituency. But the third reason I wanted to speak in this debate is that I'm the lead sponsor of the local electricity bill, which various people have commented on, which has the support of 318 MPs, 125 on this side of the House, 113 councils, nearly 90 national organisations, 4 of the 6 distribution network operators, not to mention countless members of the public who have written to many of us endorsing this bill. Yeah, because we haven't made enough of community energy and the potential of community energy. The Environmental Audit Committee found that it could, by 2030, they found this in 2021, could power 2.2 million homes by 2030. But instead, we've gone from 249 megawatts in 2017 to 331 in 2022 over a 5-year period. We could be doing a lot more than that. We haven't seen a single community energy supplier get to market through the Licensed Light scheme, which it was hoped might be able to enable this. And the truth is the setup costs are too high because they're estimated to be £1 million or more, which for a small scale generator of community energy is far too much. Now, as the Minister knows, the driving force behind this, and I pay tribute to them, is powerful people, and particularly Steve Shaw, who many of us work on this. And they are very flexible and adaptable, and as he knows, the bill has moved a considerable way from being one which sought to make the costs of joining the network for renewable energy suppliers, community energy suppliers, proportional to their size, to now being a bill which says, why don't we let them team up with larger suppliers so they can sell their energy at a fair price and access the metering and maintenance capabilities of those larger suppliers. Now, I understand that is still not something that, that's still not currently a position that the government supports. So I say to the Minister, work with me and the other supporters of this bill as this bill progresses to get to a position that the government is comfortable with, because it's hugely popular. People often disagree about whether to have nuclear or not. They disagree about which renewable source we should put more money into, how long are we going to need to use fossil fuels. Almost everybody supports community energy. Indeed, the government has consistently said it supports the development of community energy. So work with us to try and find the right mechanism to get some money behind community energy, because it's high time we found the right mechanism to enable it to flourish.
So, finally, Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Russian invasion started in Ukraine and the energy crisis really started, you wouldn't have thought that a small village called Bacton on the coast of rural North Norfolk in my constituency would have played a central role. North Norfolk is home to Bacton Gas Terminal, a hydrocarbon gas processing plant supplying up to a third of the UK's gas supply. And as well as importing and exporting gas from Europe, Bacton acts as an important interconnector between Belgium and the UK. Now, since the war, Bacton has really shot to prominence, and it has been working overtime. And the reason I want to mention it this evening is I want to place on record just how important Bacton is to the UK energy revolution, and its importance in particular to the hydrogen sector, because its potential is absolutely enormous. It plays, and it will continue to play, a very significant role in the future of our energy security, specifically in the future of blue and green hydrogen production. Already there are plans to launch a £1.3 billion project by Hydrogen East to transform Bacton into a hydrogen hub of the future. So that little village with that hub in my North Norfolk constituency has the potential to power London and all of the South East into the future. That is how significant it is. And as the Secretary of State and the Minister knows, they are warmly invited to see for themselves why leaders in the industry sector look at this project with seriousness and the potential that it could offer. We know that the Energy Bill will see provision made to secure our energy production and regulation instead of subjecting the UK to volatile international markets. But furthermore, a transition to hydrogen is estimated to deliver 12.9 million tonnes of CO2 reduction. Not only does that provide us with the 25% of what is needed to reach net zero, but the economic situation and importance cannot be underlooked, because it will generate up to 11 billion in private investment and over 12,000 new jobs by 2030. So, as many have said this evening, hydrogen production will be the backbone of our transition away from fossil fuels, and it is vital that we accelerate our move towards these greener alternatives. Bacton and its £1.3 billion project as a terminal into the hydrogen energy of the future could heat up to 20 million homes for decades to come and has long-lasting impacts. So, what's the problem? Well, all we need now is the government to sit up and take notice. Give us the momentum, give us the investment, and give us the support. By repurposing the existing infrastructure, we could see a hydrogen production in Bacton fully up and running in many of the projections that have been put forward by 2030, putting us on in the UK on a world-leading path. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, my coast already provides some of the highest concentration of wind farms in the world. It is not too far out of the question to say that North Norfolk has the ability to do it again and be our country's, or certainly one of our capitals, of the secure energy future, with Bacton set for that energy hydrogen revolution too. We just need the Minister to help us with that. Bacton gives us a secure own energy production facility, long-lasting security, a greener future, and it certainly enables the UK to be a main player in this market.
Shadow Minister, Dr. Alan Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we've had I think, a very good, calm and well-informed debate this evening on the second reading of the bill. And indeed, we've had contributions across the House which have, I think, emphasised the point that this bill is both a necessary bill, but is not necessarily a sufficient bill in its own right. We had the Honourable Member for Leeds talking to us about heating, who will pay for the changes in levies that we're going to undertake as far as heating is concerned, and the need to make sure that we do that properly as far as customers are concerned. The Honourable Member for Llanelli pointed us to the rise of state-controlled companies in investment in new energy arrangements, was adamant about the lifting of the ban on onshore wind in the bill. The Honourable Member for Ellesmere Port and Neston had a strong contribution about the role of hydrogen in heating, and particularly the hydrogen trials that he has experienced, and perhaps we can assure him that we'll certainly be pursuing an amendment in the bill along the lines he has suggested. The Honourable Member for Stockton North spoke strongly about carbon capture and storage and the importance of the Teesside Industrial Cluster in CCS, and indeed the importance of making sure that the industrial clusters can play their role in CCS as they develop further. But also in the spirit of cross-party general support for this bill, I think it's also worth mentioning selected contribution from honourable members not on our own side. I mean, firstly, the honourable member for Brighton Pavilion, who unfortunately, if everyone stuck to their own sides, their contributions wouldn't get mentioned by anybody. But she made a strong contribution about the issue of the future of coal, the need to support the amendment that has come through from the other place on coal, and also the ludicrousness of the continuation of maximisation of economic production as far as oil is concerned, and indeed echoed many of the sentiments on this matter that my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster, had to say in his opening remarks this afternoon, and also the honourable member for Ludlow, the chair of the Environment EAC Select Committee, spoke strongly about the need to have security and investments in this market, and the length of arrangements that would secure those investments and the confidence that needed in markets for the future. And finally, the honourable member for Kingswood, the author of the Net Zero report, spoke enormous sense about the delays being the biggest threat to net zero for the future, and also supported the retention of the Lord's amendments in the bill, as did many other honourable members, both in terms of community energy changes that have come forward and a number of other things that are on the bill as it comes into the Commons now.
Will you give way?
I'll give way very briefly.
I thank him for giving way. Doesn't he think that it is important that we do something about methane flaring and venting, which I mentioned in my contribution?
Yes, I'm happy to acknowledge that that's going to be an important issue in the transition to net zero as far as the oil and gas industry is concerned, and that indeed is ripe for further legislation to outlaw over the not too distant future. So I think it's fair to say that honourable members across the House indeed went along with the theme that we have tried to put forward as far as this bill is concerned, that yes, this is a bill that has a great deal to support in it, and it's a bill that is necessary in order to bring forward things that are essential in the development of both a low-carbon economy and to the achievement of the many targets concerning low-carbon energy and renewable deployment, and of course the new forms of energy management that the government have already put into place and are seeking to succeed with. It establishes mechanisms and business arrangements for carbon capture and storage and for the manufacture and deployment of hydrogen as a low-carbon fuel for the future. It starts to delineate how energy systems are going to be governed and managed for the future with the establishment of the independent system operator. For the first time, it introduces a proper system of heat network regulation and takes the planning and development of heat networks further. It heralds some of the essential elements of energy market reform. In short, it undertakes a great deal of what I would call necessary green plumbing, which has to be done, and it has to be done now if our low-carbon energy system of the future is to work effectively. So, on the opposition side, whilst we may have some serious differences with the government about how you go about those changes, we acknowledge and support the generality of those green plumbing measures, not least because their establishment will undoubtedly help the new Labour government greatly as we embark on our far more ambitious programme of energy decarbonisation and energy efficiency from 2024 onwards. And indeed, one of our substantial criticisms of this bill has been just how long it has taken us to get to the point of establishing the legislation that will guide the next stages of our energy decarbonisation. As we've heard, this bill has been with us now for 10 months in its almost finalised form. And yes, the government has sought to put amendments in to the bill as it went through in another place, and further amendments here. But frankly, these measures could have been on the statute books months ago, when time is absolutely the essence in getting going with the next stages of decarbonisation. Instead, we were treated at one stage to the spectacle of the then Secretary of State for BEIS last autumn pulling the energy bill from its already established progress after just 2 sessions of debate and sitting on it for no apparent reason for over 3 months whilst the legislative process stalled completely, and indeed led to the remarkable situation of the opposition writing to the new minister during that period of stasis, demanding that the bill be recommenced as soon as possible. And I know about that because I was the person who wrote the letter. So, yes, this bill is necessary. It's indeed, you did a very good job there. Yes, this bill is necessary, but I think as many honourable members have said, is it sufficient? Well, we think it is certainly not. There are many missed opportunities to legislate for many aspects of the green transition that are or will become necessary shortly. There are many instances where the green plumbing itself as it stands in the bill looks frankly fairly faulty and could do with a beefing up. The bill, for example, fails completely to lift onshore wind back into place as a key element of our low-carbon energy armoury. The bill fails to redefine Ofgem's remit to start from a low-carbon imperative. The bill fails to address another key part of that armoury, community energy, in any sort of meaningful and enabling way. The bill fails to address the very real changes in regulatory machinery that will need to accompany the transition from oil and gas to a predominantly low-carbon energy environment. The bill continues to propose soaking customers for the support of future infrastructure when we require entirely new forms of support that recognise both the breadth of the work that has to be done and the institutions that we will need to support investment and development. So there are many areas where we can say yes but to this bill and put forward the measures that will enable the bill really to rise to the challenge of decarbonisation in a comprehensive way. And that is why we will embark on that task as the bill goes into committee by laying down the measures and amendments that will make the bill so much more robust for the challenge of the future, and we hope the government will be receptive to those proposals. And of course that process has been started with a number of very well thought out additions to the bill from the other place, on Ofgem, on hydrogen, on coal, on community energy and home retrofitting. Those have arrived in the bill as it has made its way through that House, and we'll be seeking to defend those changes in this place, and we hope the government will see the wisdom of those changes and not seek to overthrow them in the House. So a necessary but not sufficient bill, one that we want to get onto the statute books, preferably with the added heft of our proposed changes to it in committee, so that it becomes more on the sufficient end and less just necessary. It is a bill that we will not seek to divide the House on at second reading, but instead will give that conditional support and assistance as far as we can with an early emplacement on the statute books. Labour has an ambitious low-carbon energy programme for government shortly, a fully decarbonised power system by 2030, including a doubling of present onshore wind deployment, a grid that is fit for delivering a low-carbon economic future, a great British energy and investment company that can do so much to speed the energy transition along, and a massive programme to retrofit 19 million homes over 10 years to reach our energy efficiency targets. And serious planning of the energy transition so that it is a just transition both in the North Sea and elsewhere. All these plans will benefit from many of the measures that are in this bill, but they could be so much more supportive than they are, and that is why we want to see an extended and more robust version of this bill on the statute books as soon as possible.
Minister Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking Right Honourable and Honourable members for their considered contributions to today's debate. It has been very encouraging to hear broad support for this bill. I hope it sets a precedent for bills moving forward. And I think that reflects actually the meetings that I've had with members of this House, with the other House and indeed with the devolved administrations over the past few months. I will try to address as many of the questions and issues raised as possible. Let me start by reminding the House why this bill matters. This bill is a critical part of securing the clean, inexpensive energy that Britain needs to prosper. The bill will do this by leveraging investment in new technologies and by securing clean, homegrown industries which can reduce our exposure to volatile gas prices in the long term. We are already world leaders. We have reduced emissions more than any other country in the G7, but this bill will allow us to go further. It will enable reform of our energy system, it will protect consumers from unfair pricing, and it will make Britain an energy-secure, net-zero nation. I will now turn to the points raised during the debate. Several honourable members asked about how the government is increasing investment in the grid and supporting grid capacity. Make no bones about it, this is one of the biggest challenges we as a country face. I get it, we get it. That's why, following the British Energy Security Strategy, the government worked with Ofgem on their work to accelerate strategic transmission investment. In Ofgem's decision in December on this, approximately £20 billion of investment across Britain has been accelerated by regulatory efficiencies. And on grid capacity, increasing competition in networks is expected to encourage greater levels of inward investment into networks, ensuring sufficient network capacity for demand needs in Great Britain. And further network is ongoing on this as we speak. On the independent system operator, my right honourable friend, the member for Hitchin and Harpenden and others raised issues on the independent system operator or future system operator. To be clear, the ISOP will be an expert, impartial body with responsibilities across both the electricity and gas system to drive progress towards net zero whilst maintaining energy security and minimising costs for consumers. We are confident that we have indeed struck the right balance on this. On the Hydrogen Village trial, the Right Honourable Member for Ellesmere Port and Neston raised this, and I was pleased to meet with him recently to discuss the trials. The government has always been clear that the gas network delivering the trial must engage with residents to develop an attractive consumer offer for everyone in the trial area. This must include alternative options for consumers who do not wish or cannot connect to hydrogen, such as electric cookers and heating systems. We will not go ahead with a trial without demonstrable, strong local support. The Honourable Member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, who I'm sorry is not in his place just now, raised the issue of forced disconnections, and all consumers will have the right to refuse trialling hydrogen. The powers of entry cannot be used to forcibly change the meter type for a consumer. Gas distribution networks will only ever use their extended powers of entry as a last resort, for example, to ensure consumer safety. The Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North and the Honourable Member for Llanelli raised issues surrounding onshore wind. Look, the UK already has almost 15 gigawatts of onshore wind, the most of any renewable technology, with a strong pipeline of future projects incoming. The government has consulted on making changes to the National Policy Planning Framework in England so that local authorities can better respond to their communities when they wish to host onshore wind infrastructure. The government will, of course, respond in due course. My right honourable friend, the member for Camber and Redruth, raised the issue of renewable liquid heating fuel. Look, decarbonising off-gas grid properties is a key priority for this government, and I was pleased to meet with the right honourable member recently to discuss this issue, and I look forward to working with him and others on ways to ensure the transition to clean heat will be fair and affordable for all. Sustainable biomass is, however, we must acknowledge, a limited resource. Policy decisions on the role of biomass in heat will need to reflect the outcomes of the forthcoming biomass strategy, due to launch later in 2023. My right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, as well as touching on fusion, which will be critical, and we are indeed leading the world in this technology in the decades ahead, also raised concerns surrounding the planning, health and safety, and environmental concerns of the lithium-ion battery storage development. And I was pleased to meet with her recently, and along with DLUC colleagues, and would like to reassure her that the government is committed to working with her, the fire services and ministerial colleagues towards a suitable way forward on this important issue, which I know many people are concerned about. My right honourable friend, the member for Epsom and Ewell, raised sustainable aviation fuel. In October 2022, the Department for Transport commissioned Philip New to lead an independent evaluation into developing a UK SAF industry to identify the conditions necessary to create a successful UK SAF industry. Last month, we published this report alongside a government response setting out what actions are already being taken to address many of the report's recommendations, and we are keen to continue making progress, and I would be delighted to meet with the right honourable member moving forward on that point of order.
On that point, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Can I have an assurance that the 5 sustainable aviation fuel plants that our right honourable friend, the member for Welwyn Hatfield, announced previously will be going ahead in time for 2025? It is critical that the UK is in the forefront and leading in the SAF industry, because otherwise we face being left behind by Europe and the United States.
On the specific issue that my honourable friend raises, I will write to him immediately following this debate, once I have the answer from both the Department for Transport and indeed the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. But we are committed to implementing the recommendations as we have in the report. It is actually a policy of the Department for Transport, but I will discuss with officials in that department moving forward. A number of members raised the hydrogen levy. The purpose of the hydrogen levy is to provide long-term funding for the hydrogen production business model. I would like to reiterate the provisions in this bill will not immediately introduce a levy. We will consult on the detailed levy design, and the decision to introduce the levy will take into account the affordability of energy bills. Many honourable members raised community energy schemes, which I strongly agree have a role to play in tackling climate change. And whilst it would not be appropriate to mandate suppliers to offer local tariffs, and this should not be a commercial decision for suppliers, I would like to reassure the House that my officials are actively looking into what further support we can offer the sector, and I've already met and will meet again, I am sure, the honourable member for Wantage to discuss how we can work together to move this forward. Honourable members raised concerns about about coal, I will not, I'm afraid, due to time. I would like to reassure honourable members that we are committed to ensuring coal has no part to play in our future power generation, which is why we are planning on phasing it out of our electricity production by 2024. We are leading the world on this and can be very proud of the action we've taken on coal and on fracking. The government has confirmed that it is adopting a presumption against issuing any further hydraulic fracking consent. On offshore wind, again, where we are leading the world, the Offshore Wind Environmental Improvement Package in the bill will support accelerated offshore wind deployment and reduce consenting time while protecting the marine environment. A number of honourable members made comments on the UK's nuclear sector, broadly supportive, although to be expected not from the SNP benches. New nuclear has an important role to play in reducing greenhouse gas emissions to net zero in 2050. But we have always been clear that any technology must provide value for money for consumers and taxpayers. Great British Nuclear will address constraints in the nuclear market and support our new nuclear builds as the government works to deliver our net zero commitments. And I could not finish without referring to my constituency neighbour, but one on many issues of which, of course, I agree with the honourable member for Banff-and-Buchan. He is absolutely right on his comments on oil and gas. The transition to non-fossil forms of energy cannot happen overnight, as recognised by the Independent Climate Change Committee. While we are working to drive down demand for fossil fuels, there will continue to be UK demand for oil and gas, and we will be net importers of both. I thank members from across the House who have contributed to today's debate. I've tried to address all the points. I apologise I haven't addressed every point. I will write to those and offer a meeting with those people I haven't. But I'm encouraged by the broad support for this bill and look forward to continuing with my engagement with honourable members during our many committee sessions and beyond. The measures that this bill contains will not only determine our future energy security, they will also shape our environmental security, consumer security and economic security. As my right honourable friend, the member for Ludlow, said at the beginning, we cannot ever be at the mercy of autocrats. That's why we now have a dedicated Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. That's why we will deliver the reliable, affordable and clean energy needed to power energy's future under the next Conservative government and beyond. And therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and Means motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the proceedings on the bill. Petition, Vera Hobhouse.